Okay, we should be live here. Happy Monday. Lots of stuff to do today. Lots and lots of stuff to do. Puffer's been doing very well over the weekend. I logged out at 7:17 on Friday, and we're now at 7:47 plus 30. That is awesome. Yeah, that's really, really awesome. Oh, this graph has not updated. That's a bit odd. Is it stuck? Oh, it went to 200s. Okay, that's fine. Cool. So, a few things blew up over the weekend. I posted this little demo of solving Pong. Nothing impressive, right? Pong is not a crazy hard RL environment or anything, but it solves in 90 seconds on one GPU. So that's real nice. And what else did I put? What else? There was one other one. Oh yeah, this was funny. I don't know. Weird things blow up sometimes. For some reason, people really like these sorts of plots, I guess. They look kind of cool. Anyways. There are a few things that I need to do today. So the MOBA project is stuck. And it is stuck because we don't have ELO rating. It's a bit unfortunate. We're going to have to look at that for sure today. But before I do that, let's look at the experiments from over the weekend. I ran a few things. If this UI will load, I ran a few cool things. Of course, it loads right as I do that. Yeah, so all of these are from over the weekend. We'll start with, this is the original Pong sweep, I believe. Looks quite nice. Did we do even better than before, I wonder? Hold on. We have 127 runs above 19.8, so we'll replace this with 20. Really? About 20.5? Why does this not work? What runs do we have here? 72 runs. Yeah, I mean this is about what it was before, I think. I don't see any that are crazy better, but we very, very clearly, below 2 minutes easily, below 90 seconds, as I said, we can still do that quite consistently. And then below that, getting it faster than that is a little tricky. Anyways, though, that's like, it's already good enough at that point. I also ran several other Atari environments over the weekend. Some of them worked, some of them didn't. Oh yeah, and the MOBA as well. MOBA one is a little bit interesting. We have what look like a lot of decent runs. What about entropy, though? I want to see the entropy loss on all these. Because I want to see how many of these crashed. So not all of them have entropy crashes. Let's see. If we do total levels gained over 300, do we have some of these that are actually just not crashed? Okay, these are a little wonky. Like, what's this guy? Okay, so we have some that have like these very weird entropy curves that are not crashed, which is interesting. Let me see if there's any insight I can take out of this. So I don't see this on the total towers taken graph. Right, because we don't have enough of these being shown. Okay. So if I look at this on the total towers taken graph, it's not bad. It's not amazing, but it's not bad. Do I have any of these that are like more stable looking? They're all like cyclical. And they're probably cyclical because I need to break up when the games start and end in order to make this training way more consistent. So I can look at that for sure, but at least all of these aren't fully crashed in terms of entropy. Do we have any other good metrics here? Reward for XP, reward, not really. Like they're all kind of weird looking because the game is cyclic like this. So we should probably look at that today even before ELO system. ELO is going to be way harder. This is pretty easy to fix. Okay, so let's take a look at the next one. I think this is Breakout. Yeah. So Breakout is a little disappointing in that it doesn't seem like it's been just fully solved by this, though it was getting better over time. As you can see, like this is trending up. This point in particular is just kind of noisy. So I want to change this to, this is relative process time, okay. And if I look at this, and maybe if I smooth it a bunch, we've got some options here. The thing is that these are all going up, and they're all going up quite quickly. So breakouts might be an end where it's hard to get it to be sample efficient, but who cares if we make it train fast, right? 300 seconds is 5 minutes. If it goes up like linearly like this, which I believe Breakout tends to do, actually Breakout tends to accelerate learning later on. I think we should be quite fine. Interesting that it didn't choose to do any longer runs here, though. Oh, maybe it did. Hold on. Let me sort this by agent steps. How long are these runs? I allowed them to do up to 25 mil, I believe. Okay, so this is quite weird that it has not chosen to do this, right? It was able to choose longer runs in order to get these to be, in order to get higher reward, but it didn't do that. And in fact, all these longer runs seem to not be doing as well. It's actually these runs over here that look like they're doing better, all the way down at 5 million, which doesn't really make sense because it should have just been able to run this one for longer. What's this one? 514304? Well, they all have the same ID. Oh, wait, why do they all have the same ID? That's weird, right? Hang on. 5114,304. They shouldn't have the same ID, right? Okay, we'll have to look at that. Because maybe I didn't fully fix the bug that I thought I'd fixed before. Can we try to... Well, a good thing to take from this is if we could get some insight as to why this isn't doing like longer and longer runs over time. So here's some of the more recent ones. See? Do these have different hyperparameters? Can't see. You'd think that they would. They do seem to be exactly the same length, though, these runs, which makes me suspicious. Hang on. I'm going to look at this one here, which is... Okay, here's the page for this one, right? I'm trying to see if we have it screwed up and if these are still like the same runs. We do a little analysis, right? Okay, so I grabbed this one before, and now I grab this one. $65K batch. $65K batch. 0207. Ah, these are the same run. It's unclear, though, whether this is bad, because I do have it set, though, so that it can duplicate the same run a few times. The question is, how many times is it doing this? It's allowed to retry the same run a couple of times if it is Pareto optimal. Control C to copy this data. Well, that doesn't help me now, does it? What's the Pareto front look like on this? So, Pareto front is actually very small. Though actually, it might be different in the because I don't think we're logging the last data point, which should be smoother to want to be. It might not actually look like this. It could look a little different. You know, look at all these 304s. It's just doing the same thing repeatedly. Can we find it somewhere? Say rewards above 40, maybe? Greater than equal. Okay, so we have now lots of duplicate runs, right? With the same IDs. Oh, no, wait, that's just the total time steps. I'm stupid here. Maybe these are not duplicates. How can we determine this? Okay, I have an idea. Let's do value function coefficient equals. Does it not have here, we'll choose from this one here. Does not work? VF underscore coef. Is this... Is it train dot value function coefficient? Yeah. Okay. Okay, no, this is not bad. There are only 3 duplicates here. There are only 3 duplicates, and they're nicely spaced, it looks like. Some number of runs apart. So this is probably it just relaunching a Pareto optimal point, right? Yeah, because this is... I imagine that this is it just trying to, like, see for sure if it got it right. So this is actually kind of cool, because this gives you the variation just with different seeds, essentially. You can see it's actually fairly consistent with Puffer, which is what we would expect. A larger batch training run should be very consistent. It would be very odd if it weren't. So that's a nice side effect of doing it this way. Okay, so far, I think that we have solved the problem from Friday, where it was just like redoing the same run repeatedly, and we have much nicer curves. So I think Breakout is kind of okay. The one thing I would like to still figure out with Breakout is why it's not launching longer runs. Because I let it launch up to 25 mil. Yeah. I let it launch up to 25 mil. And it didn't go more than like 12. It's kind of weird. Let's do timestamp versus... What is this? Total agent steps. How long are these runs over time? Okay, so it did a few of these like runs over here. At the start, it actually did some stuff, and then it started doing shorter runs. Why would it do that? Why would it be doing shorter runs? I think there's a parameter associated with this, isn't there? We're gonna have to open up the mathy math paper. This one has a annoying, like obnoxious amount of math, but good paper. Very good paper. Let's see. Where is it? I remember they had a section on this that was very important. Okay, acquisition function clamping. An issue with the acquisition function is that it uniformly weights improvements across the entire Pareto front. So yes, this is the issue. It's saying that it could like say, hey, me improving on like a bad run that's only 2 million steps is just as good as me improving a longer run. Is there a parameter here? EI. So they have this function that is uniform weighting. The regular expected improvement uses y max equals max of yi. We seek to balance between these two functions. I don't think that there's a hyperparameter here. Huh. So this weighting is not working for me. There are a few changes we can make to make this more consistent, though, before we go too deep here. So I think on the to-do list today, let's do... We're going to do MOBA Um, Smoothing. We got to smooth out, or I think it's actually mobile like step smoothing. We got to smooth it out so that we have all different games like desynchronized, because at the moment it's just obnoxious. Like the reward curves are all over the place. We got to do log end of train eval to wand b. That's got to happen. Train eval to wand b. Okay. Let's see what else. Not too much time on this. I think that there were a couple environments for which carbs just like failed. This one looks fine. What is this? Oh, this is the MOBA. Oh yeah. So guys, this is cool. This is really cool. So, it looks like this actually worked incredibly well. I think this is what people are here for anyways. So, I made it play the full MOBA. I gave it access to skills. I gave it access to I gave it access to the skills. I gave it access to all of its keybinds, and I got a lot of additional log data. Um, I don't know if we want to look at this just yet. I think we finish work looking at Atari first, and then we save this for a few minutes from now, because this will take a little longer to go through. But I have a lot of cool data to look at here, so that'll be fun in a minute. Okay, and what is this now? So we had Pong Breakout. This thing. Okay, so for some reason, Beam Rider just totally failed. I don't know why. We'll have to go figure that out. And then Enduro looks like it was working, and then something weird happened, right? What's the CleanRL Enduro result? And maybe they reported it. Where is this? CleanRLs. Yeah, this one. So, oh, they don't do anywhere near as well as I thought on Breakout with the LSTM. They only get like 100 and what's this? 123. So yeah, we're not here yet. We're down here, but like the train curve for this is good, and we're going to be way faster in wall clock. Pong. Oh, actually we match in sample efficiency on Pong then, don't we? Yeah. Our Pong just works better. That's cool. Beam Rider is the one that for whatever reason ours fails on. I don't think I've ever played this game. I should play this game to see if it's weird. Oh, and that's it. That's unfortunate. They don't have Enduro and stuff. So I guess we'll have to get Beam Rider to work for a good comparison. Okay, that's fine. And then what happened? Like, I assumed that my machine crashed or something weird. No sessions. So I think that these machines got rebooted or something. Yeah, no sessions. Okay, so somehow these machines got rebooted. Very weird. No big deal. Does this have results for the original PPO implementation on Atari? Yeah, they have it here. PPO and all. Yeah, this is what we want. Oops. So, breakout. Which one is which? PPO's in red. Okay, so they say, and how many frames is this? 40 million. Okay, so they're training for way longer. And mind you, they're training with stupidly inefficient settings as well. So, like, you literally got to take it all the way down here. So, yeah, they do well on breakout, but they take a while to get there. We will do well on breakout, but we will take a while to get there. Do they have Pong? Yeah, okay, so Pong, we actually just do better faster than them, which is good. And then what was the other one we wanted to see? Enduro? Oh, yeah, we wreck them. Yeah, we absolutely wreck this. The fact that this line is on the ground means there was some bug. It's kind of weird. Cool. So we are in a good spot then. And I think that I think original DQN does decent on Enduro, right? But it takes forever. I mean, comparing to DQN is like kind of dumb, but oh no, wait, they don't do well on Enduro either. They do well on Breakout. This is like 160 mil frames as well. So we're good. Our policies are just good. We got to figure out what happened with Beam Rider. We got to figure out what happened with the rest of our experiments. Oops. This is for another cool project. I'll share some of this later. Fix Beam Rider. Maybe figure out why we are not launching longer runs after smoothing. And now the one thing that people have been waiting for, I think, is the MOBA stuff, obviously. So I will talk a little bit about that. This is just doing the live analysis for it. Seeing how we did. 6,000 runs. I'm gonna have to clean all these up before I do the next release, otherwise Wombi's gonna be charging me. Hey Noah, welcome. How's your breakout game going? We've got I actually did a full sweep on the original breakout over the weekend. We have a little issue where it's not running long enough jobs, but the initial results are decent. You know, it's finding better and better stuff. It's like a third of the reward that we are wanting for this. It should be like 3x higher, but the thing is we're training for like 5 minutes or whatever. So we're going to be way faster on wall clock anyways. It was a very small number of frames. And of course, it'll be fun to see with yours how fast we can get this to go. I bet we can just like do the full sweep and solve the game in 10 minutes. That'll be cool. So the one thing I did want to go through here is the full MOBA. Going fine, regular version is looking good, working on vectorizing it now. Trying to figure out how to handle terminations in the vectorizer. Okay, so you can look at my other stuff for an example of that. So the vector version is, You saw how I did it, right? I just made like a step function in Python to avoid the extra call overhead, and then like I allocated like the full tensors, and then I just passed slices to each copy of the game. That's an easy way of doing it. You can also do the vectorization in Python itself if you want, and it will be like marginally faster, but only really marginally. You can still get a million steps per second probably without doing that, though. For a single agent game, it could be worth it and fairly easy. Yeah, just depends. Um, as for handling terminations, there are two things that you can do, right? You can either just not bother returning a done signal and have the environment handle it itself. That's kind of valid. It makes it a little hard to collect log data, but not really. It's kind of fine. The other thing that you can do is you can just, and I have an example of this, like I do this in a few of the different environments. You just pass the vector of duns or whatever into Python and have it like set the individual duns whenever it's done. And then the vecend will like call .reset or whatever. But I would think that it's going to be easier to have it like reset on its own. You're making progress though, which is good. And I'm hoping that actually, this single file, like super easy, no dependency template for high perf sims is, I think, something that could catch on and could get a lot of people contributing different envs. So I'm going to work on making that easier and easier. From what I saw, Puffer expects a self.done. How to set that correct? Just set it to false and be like, you just set that to false, easy. Yeah, it's literally just set it to false. Self.done is API compatibility. If you're just going to handle your own resets, like you don't need it. It just has to be there and be false. Like this is part of the this is just a thing that our wrapper usually maintains. Like the Puffer emulation wrappers maintain self.done, they maintain self.num agents, they maintain a lot of extra properties, right? So the thing that you're using technically isn't an API, it's the lack of the API. Like the advanced mode is just lack of an API, and you're just making an env that matches the format of what Puffer vectorization expects and taking care of all of the hard stuff fast under the hood. Yeah, you can handle resets fine. Make sure you do return infos like end of episode infos or whatever. But I don't think I've ever seen an instance where like it really matters if you have the done signal or not. I mean, purists are gonna say that technically it screws up generalized advantage estimation, yada yada yada. In practice, I haven't really seen it do that, especially for really long games. The other thing that you can do is if you want it to be really, really technically correct, what you do is you have it return like done signals. Wait, let me think. I think you would have it return whatever. Do it, just handle resets yourself for now, and then I'll help you think about if there's a better way to handle terminations later, all right? Just do the resets yourself for now and get it so that it can train. We'll maybe have it return a done signal later on. I'll help you with that though. In the meantime, we've got lots of cool results here. So they're gaining a lot more levels and doing a lot more cool stuff in the MOBA. And all I did was I gave them access to their full set of skills. And we actually can see which skills are better and which skills are worse because we can see how often they use them. So like the support uses its W a ton. Burst doesn't use its E a lot. Tank doesn't use its E a lot. Burst W is good. Support Q is good. Burst Q is good. Assassin W is good. So we can actually see how good all the skills are for balancing purposes, which is really nice. Oof. Do we have entropy? Oh, look at that. Entropy is fixed. Yeah, entropy is way higher now. So this kind of helped. It's possible that the move component still has really bad low entropy, But overall, this seems like it's fixed. You got some chime. Can you check out how many steps you get on your machine for breakout? My hardware sucks a bit. It's 30 to 40K, man. I'll show you. Oh, for your breakout. Yeah, I can do the baseline for you. Um, I'll do that right now. Why not? I think I already have it set up locally. So my machine is not amazing local, but it'll be a decent proxy, I'd say. Start Docker. Any special branches? Dev branch. Why does pull not do anything? Git pull. Can I pull from... What do I do to sync the thing? Okay. Is it just git fetch upstream? I'll just do it with the stupid UI. Shows you how often. I'm usually the one that people are forking stuff off of. Right? Where is it? Is it just in repos? Sync. Not behind dev. There we go. Probably have to pip install, right? So these files, I would, if you can, if you're gonna PR stuff, I would advise not committing the HTMLs. You got a little test, that's good. But since you have the HTML, maybe I'll look at it. Can I just load this up in here, actually? I think it'll load in here, right, if I just open your HTML. Eugh, is there no viewer in here? It's obnoxious. I thought GitHub had an HTML. Well, whatever. C, was it breakout? Where is the test function? Is there a test.py? Meantime, let me just grab this file. Hmm. Well done on this logic, at least. This is all C. Except this. This is nothing, though. This is just the line number thing itself. This is fine. This should be pure C. Some quite substantial logic in here. Check collision. One useful trick for you. You can assign variables in a CDEF. If you look at the example, you can do like CDEF colon, and you can start a block, and you can do float rectangle left equal rectangle position 0, float rectangle right. Cleans it up quite a bit. Would probably help over here with some stuff as well. Maybe you could like, with this stuff would help. This is all nice though. Does this actually work? Do you pass a memory review like this? Code looks good though. I don't see a performance tester on this, so should I just add one myself? Usually I just put one in here. Unless, do you have a test file? I see a ctest.pyx. Like I'm assuming that you have a test.py that I just forgot to, that you just didn't commit. So if you have one, would save me a second. And just grab this one, I guess. No, I don't know how it got. Okay. No worries. What's the action space? 4. M.step. Module not found. Breakout, C breakout. This is not in your setup.py. You need to add this here. Whoa. Scalar. Does this code build on your latest version? I didn't think that this didn't look good to me, this long. I don't think you can do this. So I don't think you can pass like this. I think you have to do CDEF. Is it? I think you have to do this. NumPy int 64. Kind of confused about this. Is this supposed to be, is this vectorized right now? This is not vectorized at the moment. So, okay. Just do this. Looks like that runs. I don't know if you actually have rendered this yet, if it plays. 73,000. So that's probably like 150, 200,000 on my bigger machine. Does this render code work? Can I like... Can I do this? Whoa. Nice job. Holy hell. Well done. It's so funny, it takes overview. Yeah, you did this perfect. Oops. We're gonna have to try to make it 1-to-1. Ah, don't worry about that. Feels pretty slow. So, Breakout runs at 60 FPS, usually with frame skip 4 or 5. So that's the other thing, is we're going to have to do frame skip, which is going to slow everything down by a factor of 4 or 5 maybe. Though you can probably make it faster. We'll see. Anyways, well done. Nice project. I get 70 some odd thousand. Yeah, it's okay. We'll talk about how to make that fast, because there's some optimizations we can do. And we don't even have to implement sticky actions. Isn't that nice? Because those are friggin' broken. Yeah, this is a good job. You want me to make this PR? It's got, I added a few things out of the setup. It'll get a lot faster when the breakout pi x. Grid MoMA. Net minor fixes and perf tests. Make out. Live PRs on stream are fun. There you go. Dude, that's a lot of line changes. Wait, what did I do? Hold on, let me make sure I didn't break anything. Oh, it's because it's the HTML file is changed a bunch. Yeah, it's fine. You can merge that. I honestly do not understand why people like JavaScript. I mean, nuts. Language isn't bad, just the ecosystem is ridiculous. Okay. Let's see, let's finish up the analysis from before. And then we got some work to do on the MOBA. We got work to do on Atari. We got lots of cool work to do. So where did it go? Where'd my sweep page go? This is not it, is it? Yeah, this is it. Okay, so here's the sweep. I guess we just see which of these is any good. Is this one good? Or is this one just lucky? Oh no, this one is solid. Let's see. Tower reward is going up and up and up. One crash at the end is weird. This could just be due to end of episode weird averaging though. Clip fraction. I mean, the total levels gained wouldn't go up if it crashed right at the end, would it? So I assume that this is like some weird quirk. This looks nice. Ooh, wait, the levels are really low. Hold on. Dire level. Where's radiant level? Why are the levels this low? Are they winning the game super fast? That's probably it, right? They're probably just winning the game super fast because the skills are overpowered. Okay, that's fine then. So let's do a couple of things. Let's grab these hypers. We'll show you the workflow for this. You only need the left side of my screen. So dev branch. I think that we're supposed to be on the MOBA branch. Hold on, it might be the other box. We're going to run this experiment. Welcome, YouTube folks. All the stuff you're seeing here is available on the Puffer repo right here. Go ahead and start on your way in. We're almost at 750, which is awesome. But all this is in the dev branch. All open source. Wait, what branch are we in? Yeah, this is the right machine then. Status. Cool. So this is up to date. We have to set some hyperparameters here, and then we got to run this experiment. Yeah, that's what we'll do. So let's sanity check these as we're going through. Reward death increased. It's reasonable. They should not be dying. Distance reward is actually kind of ludicrously high. So I'm assuming that they're just running straight down mid, which is not bad. That's like a reasonable initial strategy. Just rush mid. And then tower reward is very close to the maximum. It can set it as high as 5. These are good rewards. Now let's see the train parameters. Batch size is the same as before. BPT horizon goes from 4 to 8, which is more reasonable. Clip coefficient is about the same as before. Entropy is this a higher entropy value? Yes, this is a higher entropy value. Okay, that's good. I was a little suspicious of how low it was before. End of batch size, yep, this doesn't get tuned. GAE lambda of 0.9 is very reasonable. Way more reasonable than before. However, the gamma value is a little disappointing. This means it's making very short-term decisions. So this strategy is, while it might actually perform well, is probably not amazing longer term. Not terrible. 1E minus 3 learning rate is substantially nicer than before. I don't know why it said it's so low earlier with these giant batch sizes. Maximum gradient norm is a little bit high, but if it's stable, right? Was that everything? Oh no, we doubled the mini batch size as well. That's actually kind of cool. So it's using larger mini batches. I was getting a little suspicious of how small the mini batch was relative to the batch, so that's always nice. M's workers, all this stuff is fine. Update epochs is 2. That's better than before. And we also have this value function, clip coefficient, which was 0.14 before and is now 0.02. Okay, that is very, very low, which is very odd. However, the value function coefficient is much more reasonable now, so that's kind of okay. And then the number of time steps here, this was trained for 600 million. We'll keep it at 500 for now. We could just keep training it for longer and longer, right? It's fine. And that should be everything. Oops. I don't know why it was set to read only. That's weird. Okay. Python, MOBA, train, spec multi-processing, track, baseline. And see if this runs. And if so, this will give us a nice model that we can then play around with, and we can balance skills and stuff based on. So did you figure out the carbs bug? I think so. I'll show you in a second. Okay. This is good. We're training at over 500K, and we're getting lots of metrics, and it's using all skills. So the MOBA is solid. So, Relu, I did... Hold on, I'll be right back. Give me 1 minute. I gotta go like fix the AC and stuff, and then we'll get into the carbs bug, and there's some Atari stuff as well, because a lot of stuff happened over the weekend. Be right back, folks. Okay. So carbs bug. It was kind of weird in that it sort of just disappeared after all the stuff I messed with. So I think it was either a combination of like RNG being weird, like weird seeding, um, and maybe the lack of sampling at the start. But I haven't seen it since in all the runs. They all look very good. There are a few things that still need to be fixed. Right now, Carbs is not sampling. In my opinion, it is not sampling longer experiments quickly enough. Like, it's spending way too much time on these like short little piddly experiments that don't really do much. So we have to look at that. We got to look at smoothing out the reward functions, or smoothing out the evaluation functions. Yeah. Hey Nathan, welcome. We got to work on smoothing out the evaluation functions as well. Actually, I have the to do for today is right here. We got to make the MOBA function smoother. Right now, like all the games start and it takes forever for them to get desynchronized, so we get these really weird train curves. We've got to improve the WandB logging so that we get consistent estimates at the end of training. That'll help with carbs a little bit. We got to figure out what happened with some of the other Atari M's that didn't run. The ones that have run are good, but like I think all my machines got rebooted over the weekend or something. I think there was like a power surge, and then yeah, maybe figure out why we're not launching longer runs. That's the plan for today, and then at some point this week, The thing that really annoys me with the MOBA project right now is I know we're going to get stuck on elo. Like, pretty much everything I need for this project is in place except for elo. Like, there's no way for us to finish this project um, until we have a way to tell that the agents are getting higher win rate versus older policies over time. And I've done this before, and it just adds a whole mess of code into everything. Like, I know how to do it. I don't know how to do it in a way that's not going to make me want to tear my hair out. So we'll have to figure that. But other than that, everything is going well here. Oh, and then for the regulars here, we did very well with Puffer over the weekend. I had a silly post blow up, and we got like 30 plus stars over the weekend, and we are almost 2 away from 750. So if there are 2 people who have not started this yet, watching this now, we could hit 750 right now, which would be pretty awesome. I'm trying to figure out what we're going to do for like a 1,000 star launch. I think we'll try. I'm going to just grind as much as I can and try to get the simulation update out by then. There's also a video I started working on more over the weekend that's going to be really cool. There's just so much work to do on it. So much work. But there are a lot of things I'm really excited about right now happening with Puffer. I actually think that we're 90% of the way to having RL being a useful and consistent thing. Like, we're actually already 90% of the way there. We just need everything to be cleaned up, and then we need to have more test environments and more benchmarks on them. But I think we've actually got everything else done. Like, RL is actually way less cursed already. We just need to fix, those last few things. I have a few other things I'm looking at longer term for sure. But yeah, with how well Puffer's been going lately, I'm also probably gonna do some stuff around Puffer as a company. Probably start seeing if companies are interested in services around Puffer. But as I've promised, everything is staying fully open source. I'm going to keep streaming, doing all this cool full-time dev. It's just that we might also find on the side some ways to do priority features for companies, right? If they want a feature faster or something, they can pay. They can pay to have it developed faster for them, something like that. So I can build out the cluster a little bit more and get a bit of revenue on it. But those are most of the plans for now. Those are most of the plans. If you have time, of course. I got all the time in the world. I have one major time commitment next week that's going to probably take me out of action for a couple of days. And then I have nothing else planned. This is all I'm doing. So we're good. Honestly, the main thing that's been just eating into my time and energy has just been the amount of running I've been doing lately. But that is the mileage is going to come down a bit after next week. So that'll be good. Have a little more time. I have a little less energy than normal, though, because I'm doing a minor weight cut this week in preparation for my my race. Well, not race, but my long run. Okay. Let's see where we start. I think we're going to start with... Well, I do kind of want to figure out why this is not launching longer experiments. We can do that incrementally, though. Check this paper. This dude used RL to train a bot in Rocket League. Level is the same top 2's player worldwide. Huh. That's cool. Yeah, these are the types of projects I want to support with Puffer. So pretty much my goal is like whenever anybody has a cool project like that, if it's open source, I want to be able to sponsor compute for it and, resources. GitHub coming soon. Is this it? RL, RL. Yeah, respect for these types of projects. This is not easy to do. Spinning up. Geez, he did this with spinning up. That's tough. Huh. Cool project. Definitely cool project. Not this guy? Oh, not this guy. There were two separate projects doing this. Is it this one? From 2 years ago? Oh, wait, this is a big... What the heck? This is not it. Apparently there was a different one from Germany. Oh, seer reinforcement. I missed the R. I thought it was C. Oh, cool. This is somebody's master's thesis. Oh, at Zurich. Better than 50% of the player base. And they use PPO. Shared LSTM. So this exact thing is what we need to do. Now it's at pros level. Sweet. This exact thing is the thing that we have to do for the Dota bot, and this is the thing that I just don't want to do right now because it's such a pain in the ass to do like simply and quickly. But yeah, we have to do this. We have to be able to have 20% of the games be played against older bots. Just hard. Physics ticks, and then policy time step. LSTM. Yep, this is what you'd expect. This true skill graph is what we want. This is actually very well done. It's very, very difficult to do this. For this to be like a single master's student thesis is very impressive. Holy hell. Tuning this is a pain in the ass. Look at all this. Yeah, like all these things. This is the type of stuff that needs to be automated. Now, the cool thing is when you have really fast ends and hyperparam sweeps, you can get away with simpler rewards usually, and they just get tuned better. So hopefully at least some of this will get easier, but this is a lot. Who is this guy? Let me see. True skill. If you use the Python package is a pain in the ass for this. Uh, Supervised learning. Okay, so they used a little bit of, it looks like they used some human data. Oh no, they do get random, okay. Yeah, they do it from random. Okay, this is cool. World champion, whew. 1E10, 10 billion steps. Month and a half. So, he streams viewers versus, that's cool. So here's the fun thing with this 1E10 steps, right? If you just implement your game efficiently, this 1E10 steps can be 1 day. This is the promise of Puffer. So a month and a half, right? With Puffer and the M's that I'm building, and it's very possible we could have an env like this as well, right? But the goal is to have M's at least of this complexity. And then this 1E10 steps, this 10 billion steps, you get it done in a day. We can do this with our MOBA right now. So, anything of that complexity we can just do. Thing is on Windows, what the hell? They do, oh, yep, stable baselines. Ah, this true skill package sucks. I've been burned by this package many times. Very nice. Neville Wallow. Does he have a Twitter? Nope. Oh yeah, this looks like him, right? Masters, yeah. This has gotta be him. Yeah, Seer. Usually in the gym. Usually in the gym. I don't think he has a Twitter. Jeez. Gotta have a Twitter in ML these days. Flappy Ball. Oh, this is a game. That's funny. Huh. This is like a lot of cool stuff to just randomly do this project. Like, this is not a trivial thing to do. This type of thing is quite hard. If this is, I'm assuming, like a 2-year project, yeah, that's quite hard to do. Like, building stuff for this is not easy. Well, okay. Um, that was a fun distraction. We have work to do though. So I think what we want to start off with is, let's start by fixing the last point of the train curves. It's not a problem for the MOBA, but for like Enduro, if we go look at this one, like this point here, I bet you it's going to be noisy. Okay, you see like right here, this point here is like this very peak up here. It's taking like this last point that happens to be a high sample. We need it to take a smooth sample because this should not be up there. This is like, this looks like it should be 1500, not 1800. And that's probably impairing the, it's impairing like our stats on stuff. So let's fix that. And then we'll go from there. Did we hit 750 while I was talking? Ah, no, still 2 off. How's this going? Oh, we did finish this run, though. That's nice. So, yeah, let's go back to the local box then. Status. We'll get to check out the MOBA policy. See how that is. We'll get to do the smoothing. We'll launch some more experiments, and we'll see where we go from there. And that true skill thing is so obnoxious. Like, I had a system to do this, actually, in the old version, and I ripped it out because of what a pain in the ass it was. Like, I used to have this in Pufferlib, but it was such a pain in the ass that we ended up not using it. It's really hard to build those types of systems in a way that's just not incredibly painful. Actually, I've never seen a design for it that is not incredibly painful. I'll put it even more strongly. Mm-hmm. What the heck? Mode eval. Render mode. Railib. Baseline. What do we have? Anything? Well, this can't be it, right? No, come on. Tell me this is not the policy. This can't be it, right? How on earth would something like that have gotten such high rewards, right? It would be so unfortunate. Is that actually the policy? So how is this possible? That this thing has gained like tons of levels? We'll need some stats on this, but this definitely is not what we expected out of it. That's unfortunate. I'm assuming that there's some glitch that's like allowing them to kill each other for XP. That would be the most likely thing in my mind. Because if they're there just killing each other for XP, they're probably just farming that reward. Okay. Um, right, let's start with fixing. So the way that this works at the moment, I kind of just punted on this. I'm going to be honest. I just ran like evaluate a few more times, and then I appended logs. Um, so that's not great. So we'll do do I have to log all these stats again? I'm trying to think of a clean way to get all these stats into the yeah. So 1B logs during train here. Hmm. What's a clean way to do this? Well, I'm actually getting kind of noisy logs right now. Just because of the way that I'm handling data. It's like subsampling, right? Okay, so there's a lot of like housekeeping we have to do today in order to get this done right. The goal will be that if we can get much smoother eval metrics, then that should make it substantially easier both to see what our carb sweeps are doing and for our carb sweeps to select which runs are the best. So we'll do that. Yeah, that'll be important. And what else? We'll fix some Atari M's. We'll rerun some sweeps. And that'll basically have our usage of Atari as a baseline set up. So we'll have all our nice baselines on Atari. We'll get optimal hyperparameters out of those for all the Atari M's. I think we're going to do separate optimal hyperparams unless they end up being very similar. So we'll have, very nice clean training configs for each of the, at least the 7 default Atari environments, plus any others that I think are fun or interesting. We'll fix the MOBA stepping stuff. So we'll make sure all the M's are like offset from each other or whatever. That'll give us cleaner training curves. And then we'll see if we can figure out why it's learned a crap policy, even though the sweep says it's learned a good policy. 123? Yeah, it's a good agenda. Okay, so the first thing I have to figure out here, let's start with the easier problem. Yeah, let's start with the easier problem. If profile.update, what is this? Okay, so it says when you update. Is in here. I think this can just be or done training. Oh no, this done training is not great because you get the last little bit of data. Or you get the last little bit of data out of it. Okay, so what we're gonna do is I think we'll potentially like pull additional stats or something into this loop somehow. Done training. There's no way data. Wait. If data is not none, if 1B is not none, and global step is greater than 0, we don't need to check that. Yeah, we don't need to check any of this. This profile update should already tell us everything we need. This will give us the nice consistent, this should give us the nice consistent metric. If global step is 0, you return true. Where does global step get updated? Where's global step get updated? Gets updated in evaluate. Okay, so that makes no sense the way I had it before. There have been a bunch of like weird little dashboard things that have been screwy with pufferlib, and I think that they're actually mattering here because our hyperparam sweeps in particular rely on very good estimates of the network's performance. And if those are inaccurate because we've been doing screwy things with logging and taking point estimates instead of means, then that's going to mess us up badly. So I think that we'll start with figuring out how to aggregate data better. What is this data object? Epoch, global step. Stats, losses, profile. Okay, so all we need is this stats thing needs to not reset, right? So what we'll do is data.stats. Okay, right here, this is data.stats equal to nothing or whatever. We're gonna get rid of this. Yeah, here you go. So it's already empty here, so we don't need this. We don't need to reset it. This is fine that we're just going to collect the latest map for Pokemon. This is like specific code anyways, we don't care. This is fine that we're just going to collect a stat. And data.stat of K. I think this is a default dictionary of list, right, that we should do. We'll do... Ooh. I don't know what data type this is the problem. So we're going to need to do a little bit of checking on data types here. I don't know if this is always going to be a list or an array. So we may as well do all of this right now because this is, I mean, this is ultra important for puffer stability, and it should also give us the result that we want immediately, which is better hyperparam sweeps. I should also mention that I don't know if we'll get to it this week, but I have some ideas that might make puffer lib like an extra 20% faster as well that are related. Semi-related. Okay, data stats. Do we have default? Yeah, we have default dict anyways, right? Make stats a default dict of lists. I really don't like doing is instance here. Is instance is a slow check. But this only happens per rollout, right? If this only happens per rollout, I think it's fine. And this should never be a numpy array, right? I really just want to check if you have a len attribute. I think you can call iter, right? Yeah. I'm still not sure if this works perfectly, though. I think we take... You really shouldn't be communicating numpy and arrays around, though. But I think it's possible that it happens. I do not know how much I like this. Well, This will get boring rather quickly, though. So let's do v.toList. If, so try iter v else, and then we do data.stats plus equals v. We'll append like this. Type error. Data.stats append. Okay, this is nice, right? If it is a NumPy array, we'll do toList on it. Then we will see if it's a list, if it's iterable. If it is not, we will just append it. Otherwise, we extend the list with it, right? That's decent. And the reason that this is important is because now we can just keep growing this stats. We can literally just keep growing the stats. Yeah? And then what we'll do is we're going to actually separate this out. We're going to separate this like log to wandb. Log to wandb. That takes data. If data is none, you return. And then otherwise we do, yeah, so we'll do log to wandb. And then we'll take this. We'll put this in here. Okay. And I think this is profiles data is in data as well, right? Do I have to grab profile from somewhere? Data.profile. Perfect. So we do data.profile.sps. Data.profile. Last log time is going to be time.time. And we log all of this garbage. And we will be wanting to use that function later. So that is why we're doing this at the moment. It just bypasses the time check, which is exactly what we want. And then we're going to clear data.stats. Do I want to clear it here or do I want to clear it in wandb? I think I want to do it here. And I want to do stats equals data.stats. So stats is going to be data.stats. And then data.stats gets cleared. Yeah, this works. Okay, so the reason that this is important is every time you we'll call this login clear. just so it's, it's very transparent. Perfect. So now this gets updated a whole bunch. I don't think I like this or done training, because that means you can get a data point that has garbage in it because it's not accumulated over enough time. I think I like it more like this. This is going to be very, very nice actually for us. Because what this should enable now this should enable substantially nicer train code at the end here. I no longer need this dot append. Whoops. Where's data? It returns data.stats and infos, right? So we do stats underscore equals. Look how clean this is. So now you just have your stats. You've called eval a whole bunch of times. And then we can do login clear of data. So now we get the stats. We get the stats back for use in carbs, but we also have them on WANDB, meaning that we will never have desync. We'll never have desync between the carbs objective and WANDB, and we'll also have cleaner end of graphs. And I think the rest of this is the same. Yeah, the rest of this code doesn't change. If this works, this is incredibly clean. If it works, it is incredibly clean. What do I test this on real quick? I can just push this and then test it on the bigger box, right? So essentially what this does is this extends training by 10% in order to get that final clean data point where you've evaluated the policy over 10% of the train data. We can change that, eventually, because if you have a month-long training run, then yeah, you don't want to wait additional days just for the eval point. But the hope with Pufferlib is that's never going to happen, right? I think we'll probably end up like capping it to be, an hour of data or something like that. Probably don't even need that much. Maybe we'll add a parameter for it. We are ready to run this on the big box. Hopefully this is the right one. Yep. What did I change in demo? That's no big deal. Okay. Now we can do Pong. Mode train. T processing. Track. Yeah. And we'll see whether this works or not. Might have to make a few small changes. We'll see. So apparently the optimal Pong config trains at 30,000-ish steps per second. We're running it, I think, for longer than it needs to be run. It's sufficiently trained much faster than this. I'm noticing here that we're not getting any stats, which is wrong. We definitely should be getting stats by now. So somehow I've managed to break logging. Let's see if I can figure out why. If profile.update of data. Let's see if we're getting to be there or not. We'll take track off for now so we don't flood Wandeby with garbage. Okay, so we do get here. Data.stats is empty. That's not good. I would think that this is kind of weird, right? Okay, it looks like there's something here that needs to be logged, right? Huh? What just happened? Okay, there's a lot of crap in data, obviously, right? Okay, I guess we don't need both of these breakpoints. Oops. This one's the one we want to get rid of. Should probably move this so that the chat's more visible. And this. This tab being white themed annoys me. Okay. What do we have here? Okay, so we do get to data. Via's, no surprise, a bunch of game losses, right? We get data.stats, right? Huh. So this actually all looks fine so far. Log and login clear. Let's see, do we get any stats now? Yes, we do. We get lots of stats, actually. We get lots of stats. So, why aren't we logging them? Is it expecting them to already be pre-meaned or something? I bet that's what it is. Yeah, look at this. It's stats. Hold on. Ah. Discard non-numeric values. Oof. Well, that's mildly obnoxious, right? Okay, but like you're not logging stuff that isn't meanable, right? Unless it's a string. If profile.update. Oh, I remember now why global step was allowed to be low. I think I wanted to put this down here. I don't want to log to Wandby though. Shit. Mildly annoying. We'll leave it like this for now. We'll leave this here. All right. Can I just try to mean everything? Does that work? Should work for this, right? Wait. No, it doesn't work because you have to mean here then, don't you? Shit. Oh yeah, I can totally assume that this is meanable though, because can I? Yes, I can. Stats is data.stats. Can I do this? I'm just trying to be careful that I'm not breaking stuff behind the hood because this is like kind of a critical piece of code. And I'm just thinking of like all the different data things that could be logged. Because like you're not supposed to log garbage, but sometimes people like log random strings and stuff that's gonna break means. But when should that data be thrown away? Shouldn't that be thrown away like way earlier? I would think so, right? Might not be. Because I don't try to mean it before. All right, let's do it this way. For kv in data.stats.items, we'll just do try dots except you can't do this either, man, because you can't iterate over the. I can't change the dictionary while I'm iterating over it. I'm just trying to find like a stupid easy way to do this. Let's do it the dumb way for now. Stats equal data.stats for list stats.keys data.stats of oh wait, no, I can do it. I can do it. I just have to do it like this. So for key and like this, and then what we do is we're gonna just do try v is gonna be mean of v, except we do del. We get rid of the key, and then what we do is data.stats k equals v. This adds a little bit of obnoxious code. Not too bad. So we'd like to clean this up, but I think that this should work for now. Let's see what data gets. Let's see if this works. There we go. And we get these nice updates, nice even interval. Not wasting too much CPU on this. Just a nice little update. Perfect. We'll finish testing this in a moment. There's one other thing I want to figure out, which is I don't want it to have to wait until the second epoch, potentially. Wait, this might no longer be an issue. I might be overthinking. Okay, so this is updating once per second. And yeah, okay, I actually already have this set up perfectly. I don't need to overcomplicate it anymore. I was just trying to make sure that this dashboard shows up as quickly as possible for the user, and it does, so we are fine. A-okay. Now we can enable track, and we can see whether this gives us what we want. Let's see. So the whole objective of doing all of this was that now we should have a training run where, first of all, this dashboard is nice and clean and gives us much more stable and accurate estimates of the return. So we will compare this reward curve to the other ones. But the key is that now this should be taking an average over segments of 1 second instead of taking a sample every second. So if your environment is really fast and is just spitting out tons and tons of data, it will actually average over all of the samples instead of just sampling like whatever it has once a second. And this should be implemented efficiently. This should not cause any sorts of other overhead. We can see that Pong is optimizing before our very eyes. It's learning how to play the game. And the hope is that we will have very stable point estimate at the end, because what it's going to do is it's going to play whatever I set it to, a few million steps of Pong, whatever it is. And then once it is done playing that, it's going to play 10% more games, and it's just going to use those to evaluate, and it's going to give us a point estimate back, and it's going to log it to WandB. And the goal is that we did all of this now without screwing everything else up and without adding a bunch of garbage code. It's a little odd right now that this is not optimized already. The Pong settings that I had should have already just crushed this. So I don't know why it's taking 3.1 million. As long as it solves it, though. It's possible that this branch doesn't have the latest settings on it. There it goes. So it solved the environment at the least. I don't know why it took it that long, but it has solved the environment. Is it now crashing? I hope not. No, it's fairly stable. I'm assuming these aren't like the optimal parameters we found or whatever. But this is decent either way. Less than 3 minutes. Optimal settings is less than 1:30. Minute 30. And we're going to see whether this works. So right now, what it's doing is it is running 10% more games. There you go. And we should be able to click this. Guess not. We'll just go find it manually. "17 seconds. So we have Pong. Right here. You see this? This little dip at the end? This is the like the extra eval step right here. And then you can see we have our last point right here. We have our last point that should be logged right there. And can I expand this? Wait, time in seconds. There should be a gap. 166, 167 seconds. There should be an extra point logged around 179 seconds that I'm not seeing. Yeah, I don't see the last point. I see entropy. So I see everything but the last point. Oh, I know why. Yeah, I know why. Okay, I screwed one thing up with this. Good thing I double checked. So this thing needs to get called. I can just switch the order, can't I? No, I can't switch the order because I need data.stats to be intact. Shit. Okay. How else can I do this? I think I can one-line this whole thing and I can make it I can duplicate the code, but I can one-line it if I just go, oops. If I just filter out garbage here. I need to figure out if you're logging garbage is the thing. How do I do this? I need to figure out if you're like logging strings or other garbage. I could take a mean here. But if I take a mean here, then it's kind of weird because this kind of like does extra smoothing that we don't want. Yeah, this does extra smoothing that we don't want, right? Totally does. So the thing I'm trying to figure out right now is I need a way to ensure that whatever data is coming back from the environment is loggable. Right? It has to be able to be a list. Do I just make like a collate log function or whatever that just does it and then call it in both? I hate having to do that type of a thing. It's like obviously stupid. I really should not be getting hung up on this, but like this is one of those things where if I do it wrong, it's going to cause really obnoxious long-term bugs, I know. Because like your logging is very important, and it's, you know, if your report issue button is broken, it takes a while to figure that out, right? It's one of those. So this function needs to get done. Maybe I just don't have to clear the data. I'll just do log to wandb data, right? Like this. Will not clear it. Okay, and then I'll put the clear right here. We'll put the clear in there. And then right here. Or we can do mean. Mean and log. There. And now this will go. This can just go at the top here. This becomes data.stats. So now, what D type to use to populate a bint? Ooh. Does bool not work? I don't know if it's bool or it's either bool or unsigned char. I would assume it's bool, but I could be wrong. Nope, bool doesn't work. Do I not have this work? Do I not have this in Puffer? Let me look for you. Oh no, I don't have this in this. Do I have it in? Guess I don't have it anywhere here. Try unsigned char. See if that works. And try unsigned char. Let me know if that doesn't work. It's this weird thing where like C you have to include standard bool or whatever to use booleans. Weird. Should make a programming language in which the default type is you just specify how many bits of exponent and mantissa you want for floats, or just how many bits you want for ints, and it just gives you a data type of whatever you want. What is it? Mean and log? Is that what I call it? Mean and log? Yeah, so we do this mean, we do the log. I hate the signature on this print dashboard function. Mean and log data. We'll see if this runs. And now the hope is that this should give us like this last data point that's very nice. With bool, oh no, that's the same message from before. Cool. We'll be curious to see if this run does any differently. The last one was not optimal. Y'all like watching me dev random stuff. That's funny. Honestly, to just write it in C++ take is kind of tired. Like, C++ is kind of a garbage language. And then you have to write the whole thing in C++. You can't, like, selectively sprinkle in Python. Still 2 off of 750. Are we done with this? Almost. So, the runs here should be... So right now it is doing the final eval step. I'll star it. Thanks, King. That is awesome. We'll be 1 off of 750. This, for anybody like watching who hasn't, like, the stars actually help me a ridiculous amount. So, this is a relatively new library, and like user and growth metrics like that actually affect when I can start. Like, it actually affects like whether companies start picking stuff up or not. If you see like a project that is, a sub 1K star repo, you're going to be a lot more hesitant to adopt it internally. So all this stays open source, but the plan for actually, funding this stuff, building out a bigger cluster, being able to provide more resources to open source does rely on companies picking this up and wanting support contracts with Puffer for like early features and stuff. That's how I plan on funding all this stuff. I'm not taking VC money, so I can keep everything open source and not have people breathing down my neck over it. So yeah, if you don't usually star repos, give it a thought. It helps me out a ton. Okay, so this right here, yeah, this is perfect. So you can actually see this very clearly. Here's this, you can see like that this skips because there's a data point here and a data point here. So what this means is that this is the very accurate final estimate of this metric. With uint 8, I get buffer D-type mismatch, B int, but really? Yes. Weird. I wouldn't recommend doing this annoying cast. I think you can just use a uint 8. I think it'll work exactly the same. Try making them here. Try keeping the value of Boolean in Python, and then like a uint 8 in Python or something. It looks like there's just some weird formatting stuff because under the hood it's using a whole byte anyways. Yeah, something weird. Well, this is very nice that we have this. It's actually very nice because when you have the wall clock, you can visually see that you get the accurate point estimate, right? Nth time, and like everything just caps, right? Interesting that steps per second doesn't spike up. Oh, I guess it's because we're bound by inference anyways. But yeah, this is exactly what we wanted, so I think we keep this. Ah, yeah, here's the agent step spike up at the end that we can see. Oh, it is a little faster. You can see it goes up a little faster. All right. So, what we're going to do now is we're going to figure out where my phone just fell first. Hold on, I don't want to roll over it. What we're going to do now is we're going to figure out why Beam Rider doesn't work. And then we're going to rerun some stuff. Is it just Beam Dash Rider? Incompatible. Ugh. Okay. So I guess we have to just check. I'm guessing we just have bindings named wrong or something dumb. Oh, what happened? Wait. Huh? Are they named differently in ALE? Let me see if we can get the list. Multi-agent ALE. New haircut? Yep. Been getting it cut pretty frequently, like every month at least. It gets in the way running otherwise. Where's the list of environments? Is there no list? Games. Support. Oh, here we go. I think it's just one word, everything. They have lots of stuff in here. Is Tetris? Ooh, they have Tetris. Whoa, whoa, whoa. They got a lot of cool stuff in here, actually. Tetris would be a fun env. I don't think I've ever seen anybody do Tetris for this. Yeah, that's a lot of envs. And some of these don't, like... Some of these aren't even the Atari envs, right? Like, is Backgammon a game? Are there 47 files in here? They're more than 47, right? Well, I guess they have HPPs as well. No config for mname beamwriter. Perfect. Now if I do this, really, there's no beam writer like this. Get ROM path self.game. Where's the list of like... Is it spaces? Huh. Damn it. It doesn't tell you what the strings are. MD5. This does not exist. Can I just guess? Like, what? ALE set mode. Get ROM path. Here, this will be the quickest way to debug this so we don't spend forever here. Okay. ROMs.get all ROM IDs. They're always underscored. Everything with 2 words is underscored. Yep. We can actually just grab all these, can't we? Tetris on here? Yeah, it is. Let's say we just make Super Maven reformat this for us. Tennis. Can it not finish this? What's wrong with Super Maven? I think it has a max line length. That's funny. Tic-tac-toe 3D. This looks good, right? What do we think the odds are it's made some horrible mistake in here that we're not going to know about until it's too late? I think YOLO, I think we just leave it. So here are wait, river? Oh yeah, it did river raid, right? Okay, that's fine. Now can we do beam rider? Option already exists. Okay. Oh, and we have to get rid of the breakpoint, right? Cool. Trains gives us episode returns. They go up. Let's just let's test like the classic environments. So Pong works. Breakout. Enduro. Nice. Sweep Atari shell. Breakout. It's going to be Beam Rider. And then what do we have? Enduro. Qbert. We got to try Qbert. And then we'll be able to finish launching these experiments. Yep. What was it? Qbert, Space Invaders, and Sequest is all? We really have to have like a nice local playable thing for all the Atari games as well. It would save so many bugs. Maybe we'll do that today. Play some Atari games. I'll play Tetris. Cool. Alright, they all run. Enduro, Breakout. What do we have? It's like Pong as well, right? And these three we already have results for. So we can just do this. Am I on the right machine right now? I think so. Yeah. Diff clean. So we have logging improvements and Atari config for all M's. Origin dev. I neglected to add this sweep file, right? Okay. Oh, I almost forgot. 500 experiments is going to be way too many. Okay. And oh, actually, I just need to bash this file, right? Sweet. 5 minutes per run. We've got Beam Rider already training. And we can just leave this. I can just leave this be here and go do other stuff. And we'll have our experiments. I think they take longer than I would like. It's like 7 hours, I think. Does that make sense? Yeah, 5 to 10 minutes per experiment, 7 hours. Not terrible. We'll need that to be a little faster for, other M's, but it's not terrible for now. Okay, so as for the agenda, does it have, oops. This is done. This is done. MOBA step smoothing, maybe? I'm gonna work on that. Wait, when was there? There was just a release 4 days ago on this? Who's doing this stuff? Oh, okay. Cool, they added support for NumPy 2.0. Nice. Just maintenance changes. Oh yeah, and then in May they did Gymnasium update. You no longer need the accept ROM license. Yep, this is all fine. Very nice. So we have these experiment sweeps running now. 749. Thank you, chef. 1 off of 750. I think I'm going to take a quick second, and then I'm going to figure out what we're going to do on the MOBA. So let's add Atari Viz to the list as well. Let's add like good Atari Viz to the list. So I can do the step smoothing. I can do that pretty quick. The thing that I'm somewhat worried about is the ELO system. The ELO system is rather obnoxious because, well, it's freaking hard. It's hard to do simply. It's hard to do without making a mess out of my very nice code base. Let's do the step smoothing thing real quick, potentially. Let me back of the envelope this to see if what I'm thinking about even makes sense first. So we're usually running like 400 Ms per core, right? So 4,000 steps per second. Wait, fuck. We're usually running like 400 Ms per core, 4,000 total agents. Say 400,000 steps per second, though it is faster than that, but say 400,000 steps per second. It's 1,000 steps across all Ms per second. Yeah, that's really obnoxious. In order to make this thing reset happening, I'd have to do Shit, how would I even do this? The normal way that you do this is you just like step all the agents. You just like step all of the agents. Hold on. Let me go look at the sweep from before. Very nice Beam Rider sweep. How long does it take? How long does it take before it gets its first tower? It takes quite a while before all the M's get their tower. So here's the issue that I have at the moment, right? All these M's, they gotta be fast. I also, for the user experience, I want them to start up fast. So when you do a new training run, startup should be instant. This is one of the major things I optimize for. I haven't done an amazing job of that at this moment because there are a few imports that are a little slow, but it's been pretty good. Now, in order to make these curves not look like this, where they have all this like these weird wavy behaviors, you can see it really well right here, right? Like this like wavy periodic behavior. So this happens because all the games are at roughly the same point, right? Like they're all roughly in the early game, then they roughly all are in the like the mid game where they've taken tier 1s, then they're like late game where they're taking like tier 2s, tier 3s, right? And then they're like the end game, right? So they all roughly do that around the same time, which leads to this really wavy behavior and also can create difficulties in learning. Um, Code wise, the easiest way to fix this is to just randomly step all of the environments between 0 and 15,000 steps. That would probably do it. If I just, randomly step all the M's, like 0 to 15,000 steps. Because then they would all be at different points in the game, and it would be fine. Problem with doing that is I have to actually run the games for quite a while to get there. And I think that that would add like, 10 seconds to the startup of each experiment, which I really do not like. I really don't like that. How hard would the alternative would be that I like, put the agents already at mid game or whatever, some of them. That's hard too, though. I could start them at random levels. Would that kind of do it? Just when you reset the environment the first time. But then you have to remember to like not do that. Well, let me think. If I just put all the agents at random levels, does that even affect anything? I think the minions are like winning the game at the start, aren't they? What's going to be the easiest way to break the symmetry here? Atari had this as well. It's less of a problem in Atari though, because the symmetry, I think it's broken faster. Hmm. I also don't like the idea of like setting them to random levels because that'll screw up the learning curves. I mean, it'll screw up like the start of the curve. What else can I do with them that will achieve the same effect? I could start the first game with random towers killed, right? If I just randomly pick and kill some towers, does that do it? Should make it much quicker for like creeps to win the game. Well, but the creeps don't really win. Do they? Creeps have to win, right? Hmm. No, you have to take the towers. I don't think that the way I have it balanced at the moment, I don't think it's easy or remotely feasible for the creeps to do it on their own. I know that in the actual OpenAI 5 project, they randomized some stuff during training. It's just randomly. I mean, randomly just killing some towers seems like the easiest way of doing it, right? I don't know if it fully breaks the symmetries, though. Is that a good metric of game progress? You probably need levels in order to actually take the stronger towers, even if they're just sitting there, right? But I really don't want to randomize their levels because that'll really mess up the learning curve. Um, okay, if I were to randomly step some of the environments, how much would I actually have to do? Creep HP a little less at one side. Um, I would have to do that for like only the first game or something. I think I'd have to do that for like only the first game. And I think if you make the creep HP a little bit less, I think that like the other side will very quickly win. The creep equilibrium is pretty important. So what I'm trying to do here, to be clear, like these curves are wavy because all the games start at the same time. So they're all like ending at the same time roughly on average. If you run this thing for like, 20 billion time steps, these amplitudes will get smaller and smaller until it just becomes flat because they will naturally desynchronize. But it takes a very long time for that to happen. And in the meantime, this can mess up reward metrics and other things. So I was considering just like trying to step some of the environments a bunch before you start, which is the cleanest way of doing it. But I think I have to step them a lot, is the problem. I think I have to step them a lot. I mean, realistically, I could just randomize all the tower HPs, right? On spawn. Isn't that incredibly easy? If I just randomize all the tower HPs on spawn. That's probably enough as is, and I'm just being lazy and not wanting to do special purpose stuff. Yeah, let's do that real quick. Let me just like not be lazy. I'll implement that, and then we'll check on the experiments. We'll make sure everything is good. We'll do a little bit of looking into the MOBA, and then I'll decide whether today is the day we're doing ELO or not. ELO is just such a pain to do correctly. 1 star off 750 still. Who's it going to be? Let's implement. Oh. All right, let's see how bad this is. Step towers. I think it's in a reset. Yeah, here's your respawn tower code, right? So how do we determine? Yeah, let's just add like a conditional right here. How can I determine if it's been a reset yet? Hmm. I'm gonna just make a function. Yeah, I'm just gonna make a function. And I'll call it from Python, because it only gets called once. cpdef randomize tower HP. Is this reasonable? Yep. And then what we do is rand percent tower dot max health plus 1. Okay, I don't know what I was whining about. That was really easy. Self.cmi randomize tower HP. Oops. Yeah, we're good. We are good to go. Let's see if this works. Recompile some stuff. And if it is, then we can actually, what we can do is we can rerun the experiment from before. And we can see if we get any substantially different result. We'll know immediately whether it at least runs or not, because this is something that just runs at the startup. And then it'll take a little bit of training to see whether it makes sense. Tower HP is really the only thing we would need to randomize anyways, right? I think it takes a while because, well, why does it take a while actually? Startup time should not be long, right? Oh, I think I have it configured for more cores than my local machine, that's all. Oh no, wait. Kill this really quick. Okay. Apparently it's too much memory for my local machine as well. We'll just commit it. And then do it on the big machine. Randomize health tower. Okay. Now, is puffer. Check the puffer box. There should be parameters as well in here, right? Yeah. So we just run this again. Let's see if this fails or not. Solid. And this updates every 4 seconds or so because it's a 2 million batch size and 500k steps per second, which is perfectly acceptable. And we don't have the latest config updates, like the logging updates. But as soon as we merge this into the dev branch, this will give us the much more stable training curves as well. But for now, this will be a nice test to see whether we get the curvature that we want. This is a 14-minute experiment. Currently, it's 3 p.m. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to take a few minutes. This is going to run at least enough for us to see this curvature. Before I do that, let me see if our sweep is running appropriately. It's BeamRider sweep. Oh yeah. Whew. Look at that. We got BeamRider training already. Look at that. Perfect. Okay. I'm going to take a few minutes. I'm going to make myself a shake. And then when I come back, we will take a look a little bit at this MOBA to see how the training is going. And I will maybe think about ELO. We'll see if I have we'll see if I can think of a good way to do that today. If not, we'll do some other Atari stuff and we'll finish that. Or I'll work on the new content video and I'll talk about some of my thoughts on RL there. But we'll have something interesting. I'll be back in, I don't know, 5 minutes or so, 5-7 minutes. Okay. We're back here. Mm. Looking pretty good with this. Looking pretty good. How's our other run going? Jeez. Weird. I'm assuming that this is some jank thing happened. Where's our actual run? This shouldn't be running Pong. Something is wrong. What? Okay, what is happening? Where is my run? Did I forget to track it or something? Should be 350 million steps. Yeah, I guess I did. Shit. Well, that's obnoxious. Oh no, I did track it. Why does it not show up then? Why did it not show up? This will be enough data to use if this is actually here. What the hell? 55 minutes ago. End of MOBA mode dash dash track. So the dash dash baseline? Screwing with things? That's mildly obnoxious. Yeah, this is very weird. Oh wait, maybe I did have it here. I bet you that it just like it did a weird. Okay, yeah. So if I do agent steps, maybe. Is this it? No, because it didn't get this far. Weird. Well, we'll just rerun it. Right here, I think, is what happened. So if it's like there, if this is what it actually is, then we're good. If this is like the level of fluctuation we get, we'll see. I think that's probably what it is. Something jank definitely happened, though. Let's just, we'll grab this new one here. Yeah, okay, we're already at 30 mil. And mind you, this is before our nice new smoothing, so this will be a little bit of, a little bit jank. So, I guess we get to start thinking about the ELO stuff, right? I've been putting this off for a while. Let me think how bad this is going to be. Is it policy? Here's the ranker that we have. This doesn't do much. I thought there was a policy pool. We don't do this anymore, do we? Multi-env. Dated. Spaces, utils. Do I have to go check at this from 07? Yeah, we had this policy pool. So back when I was trying to make the neural MMO competition have a reasonable way to update elos, I had this like obnoxious wrapper, and what it would essentially do is it would split up your data amongst different copies of your model and stuff. But it's just so much freaking logic and code. There's got to be a simpler way of doing this, right? I mean, like, I'm trying to figure out if it's even possible to add this as a component to Pufferlib that you can use with multiple environments, or if I should just give up and special purpose it for this Dota project. But the thing is, if I do that, I'm going to have to maintain this extra annoying blob of Dota code. And it's not exactly simple either. It's actually incredibly obnoxious because you're supposed to play 20% of games against a specific different opponent. But like the games don't end at the same time. Because the games don't end at the same time, you actually need to figure out where to like switch. How to switch from one opponent to the next. Man. This would be like substantially easier if I only had to do this at if I didn't have to do this at train time, if I just needed this for evaluations. How much do I want to bet on pure self-play, though? How much do I want to bet on pure self-play? What does playing versus a historical opponent get you? I don't even know if it gets you very much, actually. Yeah, no. It's not like you're playing against exploiter agents or something like that. You're just playing against like a slightly dated version of your own policy. I think the main thing is you get the convenience of having it in having the train time stats. But I think I could probably do this eval time and have it be way easier. Because then I wouldn't have to worry about the efficiency. I could run it on a CPU core at the same time. So let me think about that. If I just wanted to make like a custom eval script, and all it does is it runs on, say, a directory With your M badge size, couldn't you use the Q to your advantage and wait for an opponent? You have to launch CUDA jobs on shitty, like, little tiny batches. It's not... Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, technically you're right, but it's complicated as hell to do that. Like, I'm not doubling the complexity of Pufferlib to support one niche feature. No, I think that the easiest way to do this is to just have a script that looks at a directory of policies. Looks at a directory of policies and then what? Just runs the games, I guess, right? Isn't the code going to end up looking a lot like this, though? Anyways? Hmm. Not quite, right? How many games would I run at the same time with this? Say I keep the original environments around. And I just use those. They're annoyingly async, though. It's obnoxious. No, I think I just make myself a separate, just one core's worth of environments. I run them synchronous. So, like, let's say that's what, 200 games? It's probably good for ELO, right? Running 200 games for ELO evaluation. Mm-hmm. And then where would I run this? I'd run it as part of a sweep or part of train. It's hard to run it as part of sweeps. That is kind of what you want, isn't it? Well, I could definitely run it post hoc. That's easy. The question is, how do I get... Okay, in terms of like difficulty, right? Easiest thing is I run a sweep, I save all the damn checkpoints from the sweep, I spin up a process that runs ELO evaluation on all the games, and I get my ELOs out, right? That's the easiest. Downside is I don't get to use ELO as the metric to select for carbs, which is really bad. I don't get ELO over the course of training, which is also bad but less bad. I really would like ELO over the course of training. It's probably really hard to get both. Probably ELO over course of training is better and easier to do. You just do it over all the checkpoint files, right? Hmm. If I do it over training, it's actually not that difficult, I think. Only obnoxious thing is it has to be on a sub process. Does it? It's so difficult to think about in my head how I want to structure. This is like one of like the legitimately hard things to build. The problem is there's just fundamentally no good way to parallelize it. Really fundamentally, there's no way to parallelize it. Do I put this as like an addition to clean puff RL? I mean, I have some competitive M's in like in other places. This really makes them very obnoxious though. Like competitive M's are so important, but they're so incredibly obnoxious to train because you have to do this stupid ELO thing. ELO over different policies is rough. If I just do a like a 1B log call, No, I need to like give it to clean Pufferell, don't I? Well, okay. I think I have an idea. I think that the way I'm going to do this, I'm going to make like a standalone ELO thing that plugs into clean Pufferell, and it'll be called from like an alternative version of train or whatever. It'll be like a train option inside of the demo script. Code will live somewhere else. And we'll go from there. It'll return metrics to train. We'll be able to test it synchronous, and then we'll run it in a sub process or whatever. It's gonna be very painful to run in a sub process. Yeah. I think I have to start on this though. I think this is the highest priority thing. I think this is what's most likely to block us with the MOBA, right? Is this it? We go up and then we crash. Clean reward curve though. Clean tower reward curve. Crashes a bit at the end. Levels gained 1,000. I think it's decent enough. Okay. So yeah, in that case, then all we have to do is yeah, all we've got to do is start on it. We're gonna get a second window up here. I'm gonna reformat the stream a little bit because this is gonna be a little bit more heavy dev. Put the puffer over here. Okay. We're gonna just start by doing this inside of the demo file. We'll see if we move it later. Okay. It's funny, it thinks I want it on a thread. Okay, so you're gonna give this we're gonna have to give it some things. We have to give it a kernel. We have to give it numems. Envquarks. Ems. We've got to give it some other stuff as well. We got to give it make env. We've got to get it like win metric name or whatever. Metric. Path. Maybe some of this we can get from data. Okay. Env equals pufferlib.vector.make env quargs. So you have your env. And then it's going to be def rollouts. Policy. I do copy a PyTorch policy. Copy.deep copy. I don't think I need any of this. I think I can just do .cpu. CPU. And then we have to write an evaluate function, I believe. So self.env.reset. Let's open up. Okay. There's a reason I've put this function off for a long time. This is very, very difficult to do without making a total mess of everything. I think, yeah, it's going to be better to just copy most of this logic. So infos. We reset the env. Do I define state somewhere? None. State equals none. Done is false. We do want the torch no grad. Thank you. We do want this as well. This now gives us actions. Okay. Created info is going to be env.step action .numpy is fine. Step the environment. And now we need to go through info, right? Info should be a list, or is it a dict with the vector API? Yes, it is a this thing here. info append v. So let's start with this. Stats equals nothing. We'll do stats equals like this. We're going to need the elo object as well. For I in info. Okay, this is fine for KV. So we're going through all the different environment infos. And we'll do if win metric not in V. Continue. Okay, else. We have the win metric. Unfortunately, we don't know where it came from, do we? Yeah, we don't know where this came from necessarily. They're not going to be in order. Well, let's start with just 2 policies, and then we'll expand. This is too much to dev all at once. So we'll just do append be a win metric. Okay. So now we've got our stats. I honestly don't even think we need them here because we can just do stat equals self v self.win metric. Now we need to go get our elo. Policy ranker. Update elos. Why the hell did I make this a database? What the hell is wrong with me? You really just need elos and scores, right? Yeah. We'll do elos equal p dot zeros 2 scores numpy zeros of 2. So stat is 1. We'll do scores equals 0. Okay. I think you just do one. You start them at 1,000 each, don't you? And then we'll do update elos like this. Okay. So this is the basic form of it. There's going to be a lot more to do. We can do games played equals 0 instead of done. So we can do while games played less than 100 or whatever. And then we'll do games played plus equal to 1. And then we'll return elos. This is the basic form of what we want. This whole bloody thing has to be in a sub process. It needs to work with multiple agents. There are many other things that we need to do. Oh, also it needs to obviously run multiple policies. That's the whole big thing with it. I buried the lead there. Oof. We need to get this running first, though. So I'm trying to think like what's going to be the easiest thing. I think I need a standalone test for something of this complexity. Yeah, I think that this needs to be a standalone test. Let's build it that way. Hi, what are you up to today? So, lots of things. Currently, I'm paying the piper for making a competitive environment in the first place. MOBA's working well. We have them using all skills. We have reasonable training curves. The policies aren't great, but whatever. We need ELO. And getting ELO inside of a training loop is incredibly obnoxious because you have to run multiple policies at the same time. And you have to like filter which portions of the data go to which policy, and then you have to like maintain and update ELO metrics. So it's a bunch of crap. So I'm trying to do it in the simplest way possible without making the whole code base a mess in the process. How's our hyperprim sweep going? Oops. Do I need this one? Uh-oh. Well, this is not good. What happened to, why do we only have 6 runs in here? Huh? Good thing I checked. ELO in the traditional game sense? Yep. Hold on, let me see. Let me see what's wrong with my hyperprim sweep. Control B. Strings. String indices must be integers, not string. What? Okay, so apparently my sweep thing does not work as expected. It is nice to know that Qbert and stuff runs, but good thing I checked. Mean and logs data. Are you maybe iterating over Dick's keys instead of items? Well, whatever happened, it's the data that changed under the hood. Print stats. Here, let's just change this to be like something tiny. Sweep. Let's see what's happening here. I got Atari working with all the environments. They're just a few. Okay, this is what we were looking for. So, default dict of list, and it has thing, and it has values. So, I know what to do. We forgot that we did some aggregation for ourselves already. So this is just going to be observed value mean stats of target metric, like this. Len else. And what we'll do is we'll do it this way. Target stats of target metric, if len target stats. Okay. There we go. Bet this works. Do we get an error message or are we good here? Length of target stats greater than 0. Really? How'd this happen? Episode return, episode length. This is a structured data type, right? Did I mess up? Stats of target metric. Huh? And try it again. Okay. Here are our metrics. Target stats is 311. This looks like it's already been meaned. Oh, because I already do the mean here, duh. Are there any other edge cases I'm missing? I don't think so. I think I just do like this now. Just like this. See if this finishes running. And if so, we can go back to the MOBA stuff. We'll just run this full sweep. Observe value. Uptime. Prints out some stuff. No errors. Take this garbage out. Fix carbs sweep stat bug. Oops, Tmux. We run the Atari sweep script. And hopefully this gives us something reasonable. Okay, so back to what we were doing before. Notably, though, the Beam Rider stuff actually kind of worked, and I think Qbert was reasonable too, wasn't it? Yeah, this one. Qbert had a good run here. Yeah, look at that. We're totally going to be able to learn all these things when we just fix the like little tiny sweep bugs. It's very good. Yeah, this is stupid. Just like let's make all of MLC++ is stupid. Jen Yap. Do we have liftoff? No, not yet. One more. All right. let's finish this test. So we have this eval elo script. I don't even like giving it data like this. So let's give it kernel equals array 1 1. Actually, I can just do like this: 1 times 5 plus other way around, 5 times 1 plus 5 times 0. Okay. Then we'll do bufferlib.environments ocean.moba and port env creator make env. It's env creator moba. Env quargs. Mems is 1. Win. Anything else? No. Oh yeah, we need the policy shit. That's going to be a problem, isn't it? I guess we'll do like this. Torch. Okay, so now we have our policy. Policy class env. We need to make the environment, right? Okay, env equals make env. I think it's env quargs equals env quargs, no, mems equals env. So I think this is all it is. No. Driver env. I need an environment to initialize the policy, which is obnoxious, but it is what it is. Okay. So we get the MOBA policy. What's it called? Okay. It's called MOBA. Import. Okay, so now we have MOBA policy. And then we can do policy equals current driver env policy. And then we can do okay. So there's your policy. Let's do vechems. Okay. Elo, eval. It's going to be kernel. Ems, we need to make ems. Self.ems. Don't need end keyword guards. Don't need numems. Kernel. Ems. Metric. And then we do rollouts. Okay. And we're just about ready to test this. I think we need to add the win metric into the game, don't we? Yeah, we need to add the win metric into the game for this. We'll have to change one or two things there. Not very much, though. Let me think how we're going to do this. It's a little awkward because we only infrequently report data, and you could miss the win signal. That's the main thing I'm thinking about here, is missing the win signal. Well, let's go take a look at the environment because we definitely need that in the logs. Oops. Okay, so you do have this return value here. I'm not going to do anything with it right now, right? Yeah, don't do anything with it right now. It's a lot of data, actually. Shit. I'm trying to think how I want to do this. I could do it not vectorized. That's going to be so stupidly slow, though. It's not even going to be funny. I think I have to do this vectorized, right? Even something as simple as like figuring out when the environment has been won is not easy here. Because it's not going to return infos consistently. I gotta think about this. There's so many little things here that are like, yeah, I could just do it this way and screw up my nice code base with this stupid feature. It actually would be so easy to do this, like, without all the vectorization and stuff, right? It'd be so bad, though. It'd be so slow. It'd be doing like batch size 10. Even on CPU, that'll be slow, right? I mean, well, yeah. Is it fast enough, though? It would be so much easier to implement is the thing. And this is something that it's so bad if they're bugs. Okay, call me crazy here, but I think I know what I'm gonna do. I think I know what I'm gonna do. I do need to know when the environment is done still. So let me return that signal. Yeah, let me return the signal. So can't return a freaking array from this though. This is so incredibly obnoxious, it's not even funny. I just don't have a way of doing this. Like the way I have it now, if I try to like put this wind signal in, it'll screw up the compute efficiency because like there's not allowed to really be any Python logic that runs every tick to check for stuff like that. Can't pull it directly out of the C, can I? Can I somehow set the done signal? Even if I set the done signal, it doesn't tell me which team wins. Really obnoxious. It's got to go into the infos somehow, but the thing is the info is not set up to return multiple things. I could add just like an int here, right? If I'm willing to just make this Dota only for now, which probably just makes sense. Welcome. Hey, Bet. That's Bet, isn't it? Oh, shoot. Were there boxes down that I was supposed to reboot? Damn it. Yep, box 4. Okay. Dude, I just forgot so many freaking things today. Whatever. I'll make this up later. I like totally forgot all the things. It's okay. I forgot like a weekly meeting and stuff that has started back and a bunch of other things working on this. It's okay. I've just been trying to figure out how to get ELO systems working in Dota or MOBAs, and it's really hard to do. Develop, yeah. I've been trying to I've been thinking since Sunday like how the heck I'm gonna do this, and it's tricky. No, it's not how to do the calculation. I have that implemented already. That's the easy thing. It's just like how to do it in an RL context. It's really obnoxious to get like to actually run the models and do that type of stuff. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna do it like this. Nope, we're not setting it down and picking it up later. I've already missed 2 meetings. We're getting it done. Isn't that how you spell radiant, is it? Isn't it radiant? Yeah. What? Is it? Is this like a British thing? Why does it say it's both? Yeah, it's with an A. I thought so. Why does it frickin' show up correct with an... Why does it show up with an E? Weird. I don't know how that happened. My autocorrect goes to the E spelling, which is weird. Yeah, I thought so. I don't know why it does. Oh, my autocorrect is just dumb. I don't have it anywhere else like that in the file. Misspell for naming companies. Yeah, great. So that when anybody looks up your company, they'll spell it wrong and they won't find it, right? One of the reasons why no. What's his face Google guy was saying today that they're gonna have PhD level intelligence by 2025. Like the thing can't do anything now. It's like a bug generator. Absolute bug generator. Um why does it keep suggesting? Oh, it's because I have it misspelled once here. So it keeps... What's an approach to multi-policy? Should I just make a base policy and a terror? What do you need a like what do you mean a multi-policy? What do you need a multi-policy for? What on earth are you trying to do? I don't have it misspelled here, do I? Oh yeah, I do. Okay. Okay, so now we have the Radiant and the Dire. Separate battles in Overworld. Link, you just write your policy code and you put an if statement in the forward pass. You don't need to get fancy. Honestly, the more you stay against the more you stay against away from like object-oriented shenanigans hell, the better. Okay, so we're gonna use just the Dota specific metric. So this is gonna be MOBA ELO. Don't care. Single purpose, simple as possible. Otherwise, I'm gonna be here all day, and this is gonna drive me insane. Um, we're gonna do It's not going to be win metric like this. We don't give a shit about this. We don't care. We don't care about infos. We do not care. All we're going to do is self dot. It's not envs, it's env. Kernel env. You don't need kernel. Just take the env. Self.env is env. We're going to just simplify this until it looks stupidly simple. And then we're going to look back on all this thinking I've been doing, and I'm going to realize I've been stupid because I can just write the simple code that does it single purpose and care about making it work on other stuff later. We literally only have the MOBA that needs this for now. So what we're going to do is self.prev radiant victories is 0. Prev dire victories is 0. Okay, and now what we're going to do, env dot cnv env dot radiant victories words like this. LF do not need any of this horseshit. And then we'll do else continue. And then we will update the elos. This is so much nicer, isn't it? When I just don't try to be smart about things. Like, don't try to be smart. You're not smart. You're dumb. Do it dumb. It's like you're not smart enough to do it in a way that's going to be good if you try to get fancy. Every damn time. Every time. Okay, so don't care about this, don't care about this. This make env is actually fine. Do num. He knows uint8 isn't an int8. He's written some good code, bet. I don't know if you saw the breakout code. It's pretty good. Leave the kernel for now, maybe. Nah, I would get rid of this garbage. What do we need that for? No, you're wrong, but like you're not wrong. You're not wrong, but like anybody who's gone through first year CS knows uint8 is not int8. If Linky is just there, I told you my recommendation to you is to spend like 90% of your time on cool RL projects and stuff, but like 10% on like some boring formal lectures will do you good. Well, because it doesn't make sense that it would be that you would need to have an int8 when it's a boolean. Like, why the hell would a boolean be an int8? At most, it's going to be like an unsigned byte, you would think. I don't know why, like, why the hell would they have a signed type for a boolean? Oh, by the way, so Noah's breakout thing will be like 200,000 steps per second at the moment without any other optimizations on the big box. So that is already like 30 times, 40 times faster than breakout is. Okay, this is fine. Let's start running this and seeing where we're wrong. Oh, we've got quite a few folks on YouTube today. If anybody hasn't started the repo yet, we're one off of 750 on Pufferlib. If anybody wants to do that, that'd be awesome. Okay, driver env. So this is now just... This whole thing gets simpler. Every time I think like, oh, I'm not being that clever. I'm just trying to be slightly clever. It's you're trying to be too clever. It's just be incredibly stupid. It's like the stupider you are, the better code you write, I swear. The smarter you try to be, the worse code you write. Was this how recurrent works? Env policy. That's good. Pufferlib frameworks has no attribute. Import puffer frameworks.cleanRL. No attribute data. Don't need that. Let's see. Right, let's just put this in. Env policy. We can actually be even less, we can be even stupider about this. You know? I think it's not done yet. Ooh, but it's not gonna reset this counter. It's not gonna reset this counter, right? Can you assign variables to Python from Python? You probably can, right? Int is used for Boolean expressions? Really? Okay, maybe there is some old C jank. Oh, okay, yeah, there is a reason to have this thing be stateful, right? We'll leave it like this for now. Okay. View takes. Right, I need from NumPy or whatever, right? I need to load this into receive. And then what is it? As tensor? As tensor. So we do obs equals as tensor obs. Cool, we got down to here. List has no attribute. Cnv equals env.c0. Cnv.radiant victories. Cnv. Cool. Looks like it's running. Of course, I didn't update the MOBA code. So I actually have to update the MOBA code to work on this. This should be a Radiant victory, I believe. Isn't it going to be nice if we have like literally a 30-line rollout function that does elos? 50 lines with loading. I swear I'm going to be kicking myself if it ends up being this simple. It always ends up being 50 lines of code. So what's going on here that we're not getting any victories? Is this a thing? Step equals 0. Step. If step. Is this thing like crazy slow or what's going on? Continue. Okay, we can't put the step here. No attribute CM. Did you mean? Is it like this? Non-type not subscriptable. Oops. We're very close, I think, to getting this actually at least running. Self.cnv. What is it? It's cnvs. Oh, I know what it is. Right here. It needs to be cnvs after the reset. It doesn't exist until you reset it. Okay, perfect. So there you go. No towers taken. There is a question as to whether they can actually win the game, right? Before they're trained. No towers are being taken after this many steps. Not entirely surprising, right? Maybe it's a deadlock? Well, I mean, these are untrained agents, so they shouldn't really even be doing anything. So yeah, they should just be stuck. You'd think that they would take a tower by now, though, at least. Maybe not. Maybe not. Might have to be, you might have to train the agents at least to, like, help out a little bit first. Speed on this is not terrible, though. This is on one CPU core locally, not GPU. So I think that's decent enough to start with. We're gonna have to do the timeout will have to be different. We should probably have it be 2 policies, right? Or 2 checkpoints. What do we think? I gotta figure out how to run this on a directory now, I guess, right? Yeah. I should just go grab, like, an experiments folder. I think from the, I should just go grab a folder from the server. Yeah, let's do that real quick. We're gonna just go grab some checkpoints from the server to use for testing, right? Is inference ever a bottleneck in reinforcement learning? Yeah, of course. Especially if you can't run like enough parallel environments or whatever. Inference is a big chunk of time. It's generally a lot less efficient than the training. Mind you, the reason it's usually a bottleneck is because Puffer's making your environments fast. Or it's because you've made it a bottleneck because you've just like scaled up your policy ridiculously. Before I do this, let me check on the sweep real quick. Looks like we got a lot of Beam Rider experiments. Yep, 47 minutes worth of Beam Rider. Couple decent runs. Looks good to me. Very nice. And Dang. It's going to hit 750 at some point today. This is the wrong box. I need to pass stacked observations to my network, and I'm debating whether it is worth storing the stacked observations or doing sequential forward passes, stacking as I go. What? I need to pass stacked observations. One, you probably don't need to pass stacked observations if you just use an LSTM. But if you really want to pass stacked observations, you just write a wrapper over the environment usually. It does increase bandwidth by quite a bit, so it can slow stuff down. Is this for Atari? Or is this for something else? Guess this is all I have to work with. Re-implementing a paper. There's technically this like annoying lazy frames wrapper in SB3. But really you should have enough memory for stuff. Like I store all of the Atari. I store like thousand size, like tens of thousands of batch size of Atari in GPU memory without offloading. So as long as you're not storing your observations in FP32, if you're storing them in uint8, you should be fine. You only need to stack like 4 obs usually. It's like the common setting. But yeah, usually you do this as a wrapper. I mean, you could... It's kind of your choice. You either do it as a wrapper and have it be relatively easy there, or you have to modify substantial chunks of the code. There is technically this lazy frames thing that's supposed to fix stuff, but it's not great. Memory should not really usually be a problem, though. You should just be able to, like, offload or whatever if you need to. I don't really like these models here. I don't know if they ever win games. I guess we'll use them regardless. I think I just trained something locally real quick, right? Too obnoxious. CBA. Okay. In the meantime, let me figure out how to point this at a directory. So what we're going to do is we're going to do env policy. How does that use so much memory? It's like freezing my computer up. Okay, whatever. I know how we're going to do this. We're going to just copy. We're just going to copy some policies off of WANB to use for this. The annoying thing is just getting some policies to use right now. Here, we can just do... whatever. We had one anyways. So we'll do policy, env policy, checkpoint dir. And this will be MOBA checkpoints. Okay. And we can do this at... We'll do this at the start. Check puffer. Did you start it? 750 puffers. Well, whoever that was, thank you. That's awesome. So neural MMO is about 500 after like 7 years of work. This repo, like 3 months of, well, I've been working on it for longer than that, but that's some good growth. I hope we can sustain it. I really hope we can sustain the growth. It'll like, if we keep this level of growth up, there'll be some awesome things coming for RL. There'll be some really awesome things coming for RL. The goal with this project, right, is if I can get this thing to be so like popular and widely used that like marketing takes care of itself, I just get to doing dev. I get to keep like sending stuff forward, and then hopefully, we get some revenue from companies wanting support contracts or whatever, in order to like build out a bigger cluster and start getting some more resources on this. Welcome, Yazan. Probably butchering your name. But yeah, like the growth is like, it's really, really good. This helps a lot. One of the next things that I'm going to want to do is I'm going to want to build out the cluster like 5x. I've only worked on supervised learning. How can I get started in reinforcement learning? Well, you're looking at it. We've got Pufferlib that we're building right here. There's lots of cool stuff in the dev branch. Try to make it relatively simple. It has lots of high perf demos. You might want to start with just basic cleanRL first, because it's like one file instead of maybe 3 or 4. But after that, yeah, like Pufferlib has lots of environments in it. It has relatively nice and simple code, and it's very high performance. Demo file is here. At least in the dev branch, we've got a relatively short demo file. It's only like 200 lines, because 200 of this is experimental new feature you don't have to worry about. And then clean puff RL is our train code. 775 lines, but it's actually only like 300 lines of real code, and the rest of it is just tons of logging. Is there environment acceleration, like speeding things up? Yep. We have environments that run at millions of steps per second per CPU core. For comparison, right, like most of the ones in reinforcement learning, they run at like hundreds to low thousands of steps per second. So we are able to train, actually, you see right, this one is actually not even super fast, but with some of our latest stuff, we have training runs that go up to 1,000,000 steps per second on one GPU. If you scroll through my Twitter, you'll see like some of the cool environments and results. This was from the other day. We did Pong solved in 90 seconds on one GPU. We've got, what else do we have? A bunch of articles on here. This is the project I'm working on now. It's like miniature Dota or League of Legends, but as a 1,000,000 step per second per core environment for reinforcement learning. We've got, yeah, this is the MOBA. We've got, oh yeah, this is more MOBA. We've got more stuff than this too. We've got, yeah, this is like our pathing cache. Does it work? This GIF doesn't work for some reason. Where's the other cool env? This has been doing MOBA for like 3 weeks. Okay, we've got like these grid environments that are continuous or discrete. You have like forging stuff. You've got group tasks. You've got like a bunch of simple ones that all run at like 10 million. And then, yeah, like these particle env tasks. And then we also have, where's the snake env? I want to show the snake env. It's a really nice example. Super far down at this point. Oh yeah, here. So this is snake. This is like a Slither.io basically, so like Snake but with 4,000 snakes. And this thing will run at like 10,000 steps per second on one CPU core, and we can train it at 1,000,000 plus on one GPU. You can do, small snake env, you can do gigantic snake env. This is like huge snake env, you can do all this. Is this a simplification of League? Yeah, the latest project it's based on Dota, not League, though it's kind of a mix of both. I've played more League than Dota. I just could find like the map stuff for Dota, and I figured that Riot would be more likely to sue my ass. We've got all sorts of stuff on this MOBA though now. Like, it's got heroes. It's got 5 different hero classes. It's got the towers. It's got the creep waves. It's got all the neutral camps. It has pretty much the exact same map as Dota has. The exact same stuff for that. Classes are a little bit different. Doesn't have like armor and the like extensive damage calcs and stuff. But it's a pretty decent little MOBA coming along, and I've only been working on it like 3-ish weeks now. Runs 1,000,000 steps per second per core is the main thing, so we can train this thing super fast. You can do billion scale, like billions of steps of training on one core on one GPU in just a few hours. This is the latest project. It's coming along very nicely. Takes a little bit of time, but it's getting easier and easier to make these sims. I have more sims coming as well. So yeah, I mean, if you like what you see here, this is all open source. It's actually very simple. The way I'm doing stuff is actually quite simple for people to follow. Like, if you check the dev branch here, if you want to see the code for this MOBA, Ocean is our first party environments. So you have the snake env, the grid env, and here's now the MOBA. Here's the project. Here's the entire source code. One file, no external dependencies, 1,300 lines of Python. Just flat. What's your background? Like to learn more about how you work like that? I saw you have many graphs. I am an MIT PhD, newly minted MIT PhD. I've been working in reinforcement learning for 7 or 8 years now, and I've been an AI researcher for like 10 to 12, something in that range. Worked on lots of stuff. My main thing that people know me for is Neural MMO, which is this project, in which we have, well, it's a miniature MMO, but for reinforcement learning purposes. Ran lots of competitions on this. And now that I've graduated, I'm doing less academic stuff and more just trying to make reinforcement learning super fast and not completely cursed and impossible to work on. So yeah, that's the story. Interned. Yeah, but you don't like go flex a random internship from 2018. While you put it like maybe you've heard of them. uh, I'm currently trying to implement an ELO system for the MOBA. It's a pain in the ass. Doing like ELO in reinforcement learning is always just a pain. You are flexing your... Well, yeah, I'm allowed to flex those though, okay? I'm doing a mini cut. This week I'm doing a mini cut and I still hit a 260 bench this morning. So, yeah, I'm happy with that. Marathon... No, marathon's in like a week. The marathon's gonna kick my ass though. That's what the cut is for. Just like if I can cut a couple pounds before that, it'll be a little easier. I'm hoping it's not freaking super hot, but I think it's going to be pretty hot. No cardio for me. Trying to get big. I've been only doing this for like 4-ish years now. I weighed like 140 for my entire adult life until then. Took like 2-3 years, bulked up from 140 to 180, doing just like pretty minimal powerlifting program, pure just strength training, and hit a bunch of decent numbers, and then realized I couldn't run a mile. So the last year I've been doing more running training. Ran 2 marathons so far, and then the one I'm doing upcoming is going to be with stupid amounts of elevation. I think it'll probably end up being like 4,000, 4,500 feet elevation gain. So we'll see how that goes. Running in the heat, it's awful, really bad. Yeah, running in the heat sucks. It really sucks. 141 right now. Yeah, I was one. That's what I weighed at, like 5'9", 140 for up from age like 16 until 23 or whatever. Four years consistency. Yeah, it's been pretty darn good consistency. How do you deal with your back? No, you do deadlifts and your back problems go away. Though to be fair, I haven't done squats or deadlifts properly in like a year because of the running. Um, the running just really makes it hard to do that. I hit a 405 deadlift and a 315 squat for 2 before I stopped doing tons of heavy lower body lifts though for the running. I'll go back to it. That's terrible advice. You absolutely do deadlifts. Deadlifts absolutely fix your back. I had tons of back pain, like sitting in a nice ergonomic chair all day. Now I haven't even deadlifted in a year, but ever since I started, I would like sit on the couch and I had 0 back problems whatsoever. The thing is, it's really not that sensitive of an exercise because it'll take you a year before you're actually lifting anything substantial. I mean, okay, it's a different story if you're in your 40s, but it's very, very difficult to hurt yourself with a plate or two. Like, when I started deadlifting, right, I was when I like first started deadlifting, I was lifting like a plate or a plate and change, like 130 to 160 pounds. Like I can overhead press that now. It's very hard to hurt yourself with that amount of weight. It's very, very hard to hurt yourself with that amount of weight. I started hurting myself on deadlifts here and there when it got to like 350 plus, not before then. That's not even considered an impressive number for reference. Like 400 to 500, then you're talking. You guys did have back problems before? Yeah, a little bit. From sitting around all day doing nothing, sure. If you're afraid of doing deadlifts, do Romanian deadlifts. It's literally impossible to hurt yourself doing those. Alright. What was I stuck on here? I'm supposed to be writing ELO code, right? My rule is I get to talk about fitness, though, if somebody else brings it up. It's all I do outside of working on this stuff. Right, I was working on the path logic. Break is over, back to work. Damn. Rip me. You get the scores from here. And then... No, I think I need to do this twice, right? I need to load a policy. Okay, I know what I do it. So, opponent is none. This goes back down here. Yeah, this goes down here. And then what we do is, and we'll do timeout equals 60. Sitting down with a bar above. I don't think that helps particularly. If you really don't want to do any form of deadlift, do back extensions. Every gym has that. Just body weight. I do honestly think, though, that, like, the risk of injury and, like, health problems from just not doing anything is infinitely higher than the risk of, like, seriously injuring yourself doing substantial exercise. Like, most of the horrendous injury videos you see are either people doing incredibly stupid things or like very advanced lifters on steroids hurting themselves with 500 pounds. You're not on steroids, and you're not lifting 500 pounds. You're fine. You're fine. Opponent is going to be none. Yeah, so what I wanted to do here, right, was I wanted to say if opponent is none or... Oh, this is why I wanted to put this up here, right? Let's just make a load opponent. Trainer state. Isn't there a function to go through? I'm trying to remember where I have this. I think it's in the ini now. Goals for longevity. Get cardio. Yeah, the problem with saying get cardio first is that if you hate cardio, you're not going to stick with it, right? I did cardio on and off for years, and I always hated it, hating it. Even though I'm running now like 10 hours a week, I still hate it. I wouldn't do it if that's all I were doing. Like, I do the strength training because I enjoy it, and then I do the cardio because it's good for me. I'm not going to do the cardio on its own and not do the strength training consistently, like ever. It's just not going to happen. A lot of men are just like hardwired to hate that shit. We like picking up heavy things. We do not like huff puff, like jogging around for hours. I definitely do not eat mostly fruits and vegetables, and it is absolutely impossible to not be stressed as fuck. I'm really not that regimented, honestly. Walking is good. Yeah. Definitely not using it. Definitely not good for me, but I am using it positively, bet. 100%. It's still not good for you. It'll absolutely just freaking kill you. One of the best things to do if you're stressed is go lift heavy shit or like run until you cannot run anymore. Works really well. And you get in shape. I was looking for something in here. I was looking for glob. Yeah, this thing. Thanks for the advice. Yeah, no worries. The other thing, Bet, is it's so much harder to get people to do cardio than it is to get them to do any form of strength training. It's so much harder. How do I randomly select one of these? You need cardio to stay alive. It doesn't matter what you need if you're not going to do it. Like, you will feel better immediately after doing strength training. You will not feel better immediately after doing cardio. It's way easier to get people to do some strength training. And then if they stick with that, then we talk about adding some cardio. Okay, this is going to be a load. There, this is what I wanted to do. Doing a bit of both? Well, if you can stick with that, that's good. Most people will not. My last block of training got up to be 53 miles a week of running and 5 days of heavy lifting. I can tell you the lifting was way more enjoyable. GERD. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's what I was looking up. This runs? Color me surprised. Oh, because I'm not using the policy yet. Star 5. So this is going to be 5-star. And this is going to be my state equals, yes, if state not none, my state else. Stacking stuff here is annoying. Haven't seen a doc, not in the US. In Canada, yeah, I've heard everyone's like, oh, we got free healthcare. And it's like, they say, like, they either will tell you to take some pills or they'll say, well, we could kill you. America. My state equals none. Oh. Oh, we can literally just do this, right? I'm just dumb. Yeah, this is my state and opponent state. This is so easy. I'm just dumb. And then we literally just cat down here, right? So stupidly easy. It's being like overcomplicating stuff. Ain't broke, don't fix it. So this is gonna be my action, opponent action. Actually, let's just do my obs and opponent obs. This is good, right? And then we can just do, yeah, this is clean. So easy, right? Policy. An opponent. Then you concatenate. See if this works. So I'm doing this really lazy-like. Works. You guys have full-time jobs, you're looking at it. Graduated 2-3 months ago. This is working on Puffer AI full-time. And then full-time and then some. We're making reinforcement learning not be cursed and terrible. Do you know GeoHots? I know of him. I don't know him personally. Gotta thank him because the day that he starred Pufferlib got like an extra 150 stars on it. Technically, I could be running multiple games in parallel here. I don't think it's worth it. I think it adds too much complexity. Yeah. CPU anyways. I don't think I get that much batching optimization. Yeah, I mean, this is the result of since I've been working on Puffer full time. Like right here is when I started working on it full time. The project has been doing well. Really, really happy with how it's shaping up for reinforcement learning. It's really going to make RL a lot easier. We just hit 750 today. Like an hour ago. RL needs to be. Bet works on Bet is also a contributor to the Pokemon project. We're trying to solve Pokemon Red with reinforcement learning. Thanks for the star. Helps me out a ton. Basically, my hope here is that if I can get my Twitter account to 10K and Puffer to 1K, which will happen way before the Twitter, then I think that my like marketing for Puffer should just take care of itself pretty much, and I'll be able to just be doing like full-time tech work on Puffer and not have to worry too much about the other side of things, which would be nice. Means more gets done fast because I can do the other side of things, but it's way better if I don't have to waste my time on it. Once this is done, researchers will use your lab. Yep, of course. That's the hope. It's already good enough for that. It's already good enough for that. The only stuff it's not good enough for is like stuff that the rest of RL is not good enough for either. There's nothing that like other RL libraries have that I'm really jealous of at the moment. Yeah, I don't think there are any libraries that have stuff that I'm still jealous of. I think we kind of have all of our own stuff in place. Maybe like additional environment bindings for like some control M's, but I have people working on that. I think that like all the new stuff that's going in Puffer is stuff that like no other RL library has anyways. So it's pretty much in a good spot. Technically, we don't have a bunch of algorithm implementations, but I don't think we need them. Like Pufferlib is not meant to be a repository for algorithms implementations. Like you can use Pufferlib with any algorithm you want. We provide like lower level tools and primitives to make everything fast. At some point when I make time in the future, I want to make Pufferlib idiot proof. Not possible. That's like trying to democratize rocket science. We can definitely add some like sane warnings though to stuff. If you have places where like you can just add warnings that will catch dumb bugs, right? Like add some asserts, add some errors. Definitely I would accept PRs for that. But I think honestly, like trying to make RL idiot proof is a lot of the reason we're in this mess in the first place. Like, look at the design of RLlib or SB3 or Tianshou. They're like way too modularized and black boxy, right? And the thing is, when something inevitably doesn't work because it's reinforcement learning, you have absolutely no way to fix it. Whereas with Pufferlib, you can just open the code because there's not very much of it and it's very simple. That's the sales pitch here. Does this thing seriously just not take any towers? Do I just need better policies to play with this with? Black box is really indecipherable. Yeah. I don't know, the longer I spend programming, the less time I spend reading docs of libraries. Like nowadays, I spend way more time just reading the source code of libraries than I spend reading their docs. Like libraries are just made of code. What do you need docs for? The docs, it's code. You read it. Okay, so return elos. $5:30 at the moment. Couple more hours of this. I'd like to have this in a good spot today. The thing is, this actually kind of already works. I just need some models to test it on. So I think I'll commit this for now. I didn't think it was going to be that easy. I obviously have to integrate it with stuff. What are all these changes? All right. Don't need this because I have the other file. Just did my bachelor's. Yeah, that's how it's going to be in AI for a while. Best thing is probably going to be in software and then try to move over to like applied AI from there. It's going to be very hard to do research out of undergrad, particularly if you haven't already been doing it, right? If you if you're out of undergrad but you have a couple published papers, then yeah, you can probably go do research, like be a applied researcher or ML guy at a startup or a small company, but it's going to be very hard otherwise. Applied AI, I've seen like applied AI out of undergrad for sure at like big tech, but otherwise, nah. And do it. And even with Andrew Ng courses, do you mean the online ones or CS 229 at Stanford? Because I had 229 out of Stanford papers and several other things, and that still was not going to do it. I mean, I could have gone and done like applied whatever at Fang. I definitely could have done that, but to do like pure research, no. Online, yeah, that's best thing you're going to be able to do is do like software engineering that maybe has like some like little bit of applied AI in the mix. Learning how to train an LLM is a less and less in demand skill because those the amount of capital that goes into that is now becoming like that is now a seven-figure salary skill that is not going to be given to anybody that they don't trust with that amount of compute. I actually bet the good deal in the US is you can get a master's in 0 years. You just get it as part of your undergrad. I did not do that because I took 6 months off of my degree and I still graduated it. So I graduated a term early. I took a term off and I was doing research full time for like 2 of those years. So I didn't bother doing the master's at the same time. It wouldn't have even saved me any time with the PhD anyways. You do though. You do get it in undergrad for here. For I mean not everywhere obviously. It's very few places, but co-terminal admission, so you apply while you're still. Why the hell did command prompt just open? This is the Stanford website, but that's freaking sketchy. I'm actually suspicious. What the hell is running on this? Oh, this is Windows. As Windows being dumb. Yeah. Co-terminal admissions allow students to begin completing graduate units while they're still undergraduates. So you get to double count your units. You get like a certain number that you can count. Very common for people to do their co-term in 4 years. What's the acceptance rate? Very low. Yeah, basically doing Stanford is the easy part. Getting in is the hard part. It's true for all of the degrees, honestly. Doing the degree is the easy part. Getting in is the hard part. The top programs basically do not fail anybody. Like, they fail you by not letting you in. I know people who didn't get in with 4. Yeah, everybody's got a 4.0. I mean, I'm very public about, like, I've literally never worked harder in my life than when I was trying to get into undergrad. Like, I worked 110 hours a week all through high school. I didn't even do that at Stanford. At Stanford, I think the most I did was like 90 a week. Whoops. Did I screw this up? I got distracted and closed the wrong window. Did I? Yeah. You're working 100 plus out. You have no life. Yeah, no, you have no life. Yeah, exactly. You sleep 4 hours a night, and you get a night off once every like maybe 2 to 3 months. I don't know if you're I don't know if you're being ironic, but yes, that. Yeah. You're describing stuff I've already done. So, yes. Um I don't know why I have 13 people on YouTube watching me look at my terminal, so I should probably do something interesting now, huh? Let's do something cool. Let's go make all the Atari games playable so that we no longer get really stupid bugs because nobody's ever played the game that their reinforcement learned. All right? How about that? So, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'm going to come back in a minute, and then what we're going to do is we're going to look at, like, we have all these hyperparameter sweeps running on Atari, but these games are not properly playable. We're going to make them playable. We're going to make it really easy to watch neural nets play them. And we're going to do this in a way that's like sane and makes sense and is easy. And it's going to be on the fast version of Atari that's way faster than the version normally used in RL. I'll be right back. Bet, keep the audience entertained for a few minutes. I don't know why the hell I check Twitter while I'm walking around. There's a stupid post going around with... I don't fucking know. It's a waste of time. Whatever. Let's build cool stuff. What is... Hold on. What did I miss? 12... Wait. How the hell are this many messages? Oh, it's all bet. 12... This is not a record high. We've hit 15 or 16. Yeah, Twitter is awful and addictive and terrible, but the thing is it's actually very useful because it solves marketing for me. So it totally solves marketing. Let's actually make shit that works. So starting off... Oops. Python and Pong mode eval. Maybe dash baseline works. Dash baseline work. I think I need render mode. Wand B. Wand B. Whoever's at Wand B, could you please fix this bug? Have to reopen the darn terminal every time. Alright, we're gonna get every single Atari game playing right now. Env Pong mode, eval, render mode, RGB array. Baseline. See if this renders. If not, we will start fixing it. Okay. Something weird's going on. Are we on the wrong branch? Yep. Try that again. Pip install -u. Okay, I think we just needed the new version of ALE Pi. There we go. Okay, so there is still something wrong with eval mode. Still something wrong with eval mode. With the policy? Oh, for some reason I thought that I had the pre-trained policy before. We should still be able to run it with the random policy. Yeah, here we go. So this is Pong. It plays. We should be able to play other stuff as well. Let's do Beam Rider. Let's check one other game. There are a lot of cool games in here. Anyways, so now what we're going to do is we're going to try to get these to be actually reasonably human playable. You're trying to share the address, but it's censored. Is there a setting in YouTube where I can mess with that? Where I can let you guys post links, because I don't care if you post links, it's fine. Filtering. Bot. I don't think I have any settings. So I have this play Pong file that I wrote. Why does nothing work today? Oh. Yeah. Try V5. Name does not exist. Import ALE Pi. Okay, there's just a little API thingy that I have to do. Here. So this is the play file I wrote for Pong. This allows you to play, so this is me playing here. It's very difficult, actually. This was for the blog post where I was showing that sticky actions make this game very, very hard to play. So we want to make all the games playable. Well, apparently people can post links on Twitch. Block that. That's the one downside. Those are easy enough to block, though. Let me get this. Let me open YouTube Studio and fix the link settings for you guys. Settings. Why do I not see community? I don't think there's anything private here. Where is this thing so I can fix this and get back to dev? Automated filters. You GPT'd that and it made up bullshit, didn't you? Typical. YouTube Studio. Oh yeah, there's the studio thing. Where the heck is it? This thing? Ah. Cool. Clickbait title, don't recommend channel. Wait, what? What was this 7-year-old? Funny. What a ridiculously clickbaity title. I mean, I actually freaking found did it get views? I think this video got a bunch of 570 on it, like a short little stream is funny. It's not even a clickbaity title. I actually found out why. Yeah, that's so funny. Clickbaity title because it's like that's funny. Where's the darn setting? I gotta get back to dev. This is boring. Okay, I'm not doing this now because I can't freaking find it, and I want to do this dev live. I've only got like another couple hours, hour and a half to do this, so I want to make sure that we have this working today. Do you have it? Damn it, bet. Fine. Left sidebar. I literally just don't see it. Oh. Yeah, here it is. I don't have block links on. It's literally off. Did the restream bot do it? It might be the restream bot. Whoops, this restream analytics, don't need that. Literally don't see it. Doesn't show up. Yep. That's weird. All right, well, let's go back to actually doing dev. We've bored half of the people away. Yeah, I see the link from the Twitch links work, which is weird. So it seems like it would be YouTube, but I literally don't have the link filter option on YouTube, so I don't know what's happening. I don't know. So anyways, I had to write my own thing here because I couldn't get this to render reasonably before. I'm going to copy this file. What if I just like render this in like render mode human? Can I do this? Don't worry about it. I have Twitch and YouTube. Delay is less on Twitch. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's you bet. Cool. Um Is there a key press thing for Atari? Hold on. There's supposed to be like a human render mode on Atari without having to go through Gymnasium, right? I think that's what we want. Otherwise, I'll just install a Raylib renderer. That actually wouldn't be bad to just do a Raylib renderer, right? I think that's actually better, right? Hold on. If I just do the Raylib renderer, that's way better, isn't it? Because then you see the environment the way the agent sees it. I think so. I thought Raylib was the standard. No, like literally nobody uses it, and it's the best thing ever. If you haven't used Raylib, you're missing out. I thought your site... Yes, it's standard for my stuff, but nobody else. Right? It's standard for my stuff. Doesn't mean everyone's using it. Okay, we'll make Raylib client here. And we'll do, this will be an env wrapper like this. They aren't using it yet. Design choices. Raylib is just awesome. Like it's such a good library. It's not even funny. Let's do height, width. It's going to be shape. I think it's going to be, this is grayscaled as well. Yeah. Shape. And now what we do is we import Raylib. And we do self.rl. Self.colors is colors. And now we have to do something a little bit janky. So the problem here is that it is slightly difficult. It's slightly difficult to get pixel buffers into Raylib without going through files. So I found a way around that right here. I probably need to standardize this, but for now this will just go into Atari, and we can use this to have a playable client for everything, right? Okay. Render self. Okay. So we grab the Raylib stuff. Then this is going to be self.action is 3. Self.action is 4. Okay, so we get some actions for this. And now, so we get the frame from the environment, right? Oops. We get the frame from the environment. Self.env. And then this is texture. Okay. So the idea here is that we're just going to grab the frame data. We're just going to grab the frame data out of the environment, because this is going to allow us to play the game exactly as the agent is playing the game, instead of what the default is, which is however like the original game is, which is cool because it looks kind of nice to have the original game. But the thing is, if you're playing it in a way that the agent isn't playing it, then that's very misleading. We're probably going to upscale it. We'll exact upscale the frame data or something so it's easier to see. And we'll probably make it RGB instead of grayscale so it looks nice. But you're still going to have like the same effective resolution and everything. And that's important. So now we're going to do, this is width, height, 4. And then this is render mode human. So what we're going to do now is right here, this render mode needs to be okay. So we make this RGB array, and then we do Atari post processor, which gives you rewards, yada yada truncated. And this can be gem.wrapper. That's fine. And we will put this right here, env if mode human. We make it like this. We make the Raylib client. Oops, we don't want that. We want to run the we would like to run a little demo here. So let's just make test Atari. We'll do playtest because it's the same code. So from pufferlib environments, we're going to import env creator. And then what we need is make env is going to be env creator of breakout. This env is going to be make env. And then what we have to do, I think all we have to do from here is env.reset, and then while true, env.step, env.render, and we can step it with 0 because we should be getting, yeah, this is fine for now. Playtest. What happened? Environment Atari 85 is a loop. What happened? Atari. This break here. So this has got to be exit 0. Called step after environment is done. Okay. So we do obs rewards done terminal truncated info. And then what we'll do is env.render if terminal or truncated env.reset. Nothing is happening in env.render. I think we have to set the render mode, right? Actually, we can make the render mode Raylib, which is even cooler, right? I've been doing that lately so I don't overwrite the default. Yeah, so yeah, that's actually way simpler. So we'll do if render mode Raylib. Oops, render mode Raylib. If render mode Raylib, RGB array. If render mode Raylib, Raylib client. Okay, now we have the wrapper. Unexpected Okay. This needs to go actually in the other one. I hate this design, but it's unfortunately necessary. Render mode is human, except we don't want human, we want Raylib. Because we want our much better render client. Unexpected keyword options. Moderately obnoxious, I would say. Atari processor. Options. There we go. I'll pull this up on screen. So now we have, we've got breakout. It doesn't seem like my actions are mapped correctly though. So let's figure that out. I think that we need to do, right, step. And then what we're going to do is return. So we overwrite the action with the human action here. If you're going to do render with Raylib. We'll figure out how to do this in a bit, but this. Huh? Wait, render mode. List index out of... That's really funny that they didn't do a bounds check. How do you know the key mapping for ALE? Is that somewhere? We gotta find the key mapping. I think if we just look for like fire. Here it is. Action. It's been a while. I think fire has to be alepie.action. It has the values in here, right? So down is 5. And where's up? Up is 2. Let's try for now. Let's just try left is 4. And right is 3. That's what we have. And it does not work. Is the action space wrong? Yeah, M's action space is totally wrong. So how do we map the keys to the action space reasonably? We'll have to figure out how they do that. Can I just guess for now? Or I know that this works with Pong anyways, right? So I can just use Pong for my playtest. Yeah, this has a discrete action space with 6 things in it. I don't know why the action space for Pong has 6 actions in it. Maybe it's the joystick. But here you go. This is Pong. I can play it. It's kind of hard. You have to like slam the ball really fast to do something, and it's hard to do that because the paddle is not as wide as it looks. And if you don't slam it very quickly, and if you miss time, they will basically, the opponent will always catch it. See, like I thought I had it there, but I didn't. There you go. That's a point. Okay, so that works. Let's enlarge this. Upscale is going to be 4. This is going to be height times upscale. And then we'll do 12 FPS. Is that right? I don't know if that is correct. I think we need to add some settings to this. Okay, so we have upscale. Let's do height times equals upscale, width times equals upscale. We'll do it's going to be height. This is wrong. It's supposed to be width by height. Like this. And then rendered is going to be width by height. This is width, height. It's taller than it is. Has this weird aspect ratio, right? And then what we have to do is frame equals, I have to upscale this frame. I have a trick for upscaling that I have to go get. Okay, right here. It's not the fastest technique. But you do like this. See, is this 4 times larger? Huh. Well, I don't know what happened here. But this was not what I was going for. Right, come on, let's get this at a reasonable resolution so we can play it. I broke something with this because... Hang on, was it width by height or is it height by width? Play Pong. 160 is the width. This is 160. Looks like this is correct to me. Let's try this. Whoops. There. Why can't I click? 105? What's the width? Is the width supposed to be 105? Oh. I see. It's not giving me the original frame. Or it is giving me the original frame, rather. Okay. For now, we'll do height equals 210. Is it 210 by 160? Is that what it was, or is it 240? I thought it was like 240. Play. 210. So we are good. And continue. Yes, it works. It's on the other monitor, but it works. Let me upscale now. This will be 4. Perfect. We can play Atari. Oop. And it's very hard because we're playing with the wrappers that make the agent wrappers. You see how it has this acceleration on it? Like if you you can slam the ball. It's very easy to see. Oof. It's very hard to play. This game is not easy normally, and it is very hard with the wrappers, for sure. Even harder with sticky actions. Thank God we got rid of that. Yeah, like even there, you have like a couple of frames to get it like the timing right. It's very silly. I think it is literally a couple of frames that you have. Anyways, though, you can actually play this even with the frame skip if you are good. I am not very good, but this was just a quick test to make sure that it works. There you go. So now we have this upscaled correctly. Few things that we have to do. We probably want to have modes for playing this, like play the original game versus play it the way that the agent plays it. Those are both important things to be able to do. The 4x upscale is very nice. The Raylib renderer will take care of frame rate for us, so we won't have to automatically, like we won't have to worry if the upscale is slow. It'll just compensate for us as long as it's not slower than 60 FPS, which it will be faster than that, don't worry. I think the next thing we're going to do is we're going to figure out the action map so that we can play all the games without having to keep manually remapping the keys. And then we'll actually check out a few of the Atari games and see how they play. I see that there are a lot of folks on YouTube, so thanks for your interest. Welcome. All the stuff that you're seeing here is free. It's open source at Pufferlib. Currently, we're in the dev branch. This is where the mini Dota at 1,000,000 frames, Slither.io clone at like 10 million frames, GridEnv 15 million frames. All of this stuff is in here. If you want to help the project out, please give it a star. Helps me a ton. Let's get back to dev. So what we've got to do is we've got to figure out this action mapping, huh? Okay. So we go into the env. What happens when we call step? We call self.ale.act. Okay. We have ale Python interface, C++. Do we have act in here? Nope. No act. Registration. Do I see actions? I see the register in here. You can actually see that there's the V0 of these environments that had sticky actions on by default as well. That's crazy. It had sticky actions and non-deterministic frame skip. Wow. That's nuts. No wonder RL didn't work. Oh, shoot. Look at this. The V5 environment wrapper has sticky actions on by default again. That's actually way worse than I thought. Holy. That's nuts. Am I on the main branch? Yeah, that's nuts. For folks who are wondering, this is... I have an article, I can link it, where I found that, like, sticky actions are incredibly harmful and, like, don't work as advertised in some cases. Let me link that. Where are the articles? I'll put it in the chat. So now I have to find where the actions map, though, which I still haven't figured out. Registration. What's this? Nothing. I don't see the full... It's recommended to enable full action space. But I don't know how you know what key does what. Get legal action set. Get minimal action set. Okay, so we're gonna figure out this like minimal action set. Actually, can we just do like underscore action set? Is this a thing? Can we just like do this in the Python code? That would make my life a lot easier. Here. Oh, look at that. Perfect. We can do it from here. We just have to write a little mapping code, right? It's just got name and value. Hey JBL, what's up? We've done a lot of stuff today, and now I'm finishing off the last like hour-ish of the stream with we're making Atari actually render properly so that you can play all of the Atari games and see how your agent does, but also play it yourself. And this will catch a lot of bugs, and it's also fun. That's currently what we're doing. Okay, so all I have to do in order for this to work is the action set. Right, left. Oh, I think I understand, right? So, wait, left is 3. Right is 4. Wait, 0, 1, 2, 3. Oh, I see. We need to get like the index of these things. It's very awkward. But I see how it works now. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go through the action set. So it's going to be for I action and enumerate action set. And then we'll do key map, self.keymap, like this. And then we'll do, this is down. Trying to think how I need to do this. A little tricky to do this correctly. Because they're like going to be out of order, I think, right? Oh, I think I know. So it's going to be self.keymap action.value is equal to I. Because I think the way it works is it's the index in the list that you get. And this is going to be fixed values. So what's raylib.key left? From Ali pi. Pi. Ali pi. Ali pi. Do you have action set somewhere here? I need to find the action set stuff. I thought I saw it in like, where was it? Is it in here? No. Where was I that I saw the action set stuff registered? Is it in the C++? Nope. I swear I had it a second ago. Was it in the init? Dang it. Here it is. Oh, my bad. It's not in the init. It's in the underscore init dot pi I. Yeah, of course. Okay, so we can do dir. So I can do ali_pi.action.down, right? Value. Okay, so this is not that bad then. It's actually not that bad to do the key mapping. So we'll just do import. Yeah. Import action. Just do this for now. Yeah, this is how I wanted to do it. Okay, let's see if this actually does what I want it to do. So here's the env. It's the keys are backwards. Why are the keys backwards? It's like ultra hard mode. Though actually, this would be flipping your keys every time you play the game is a good way to convey some of the difficulty of what the RL agent has to do, right? It doesn't have like the ingrained muscle memory for like left and right. Why are the keys flipped? Oh, okay. Here, this is what we're gonna do, right? We'll do like this. If action is in key map, else it's equal to action.noop.value. Let's try this. I forgot to map it. Perfect. Now we can play the game. Not well, but we can play the game, and the keys are correct. So now I think that's probably enough to get all the games working, right? Look how good the bot is, by the way. It's like unless you slam the ball so it physically can't get to it, it always wins. That breakout. There's like a fire action. I think you have to hit space in order to start the game. So we do have to do key up, key down. Perfect. Can we fire the ball? Yeah, we can fire the ball. So we are able to play breakout. It's very hard because the increment is like ridiculous. I wonder if it uses the same physics. I think it seems to, right? Is the ball faster when I like slam it? It just went through the block, so that was interesting. Why does it go through the blocks? It just went through the blocks twice. What? Wait, does the frame skip check actually skip the block through like that? Huh? What? Wait, what? Guys, do these games not work? I have to be able to play it in order to actually see. Oh my gosh, the game is so freaking hard because of the frame skip and like the speed. Ah. Dude, this is too hard. But I like you've seen multiple times that it's like it's gone through the blocks, right? It changes colors. Do you notice that the ball changes colors when you hit a block? And like it goes through or something. It's weird. Okay, so that's trippy. We'll come back to that for sure. Because I don't know why that happens. Does this thing actually have Tetris? I'm just trying to get a feel of how sketchy these M's are. Is this actually what the original Tetris looked like? Yeah, look at this. Dun, da, 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 da. Okay, it's actually kind of hard because you can't like flip the block the way that you want to. Dun, da, da, da. Well, I think I fucked it up by now. Oh my gosh. Okay, it's kind of awkwardly hard. But it is Tetris. This is like Tetris with a tiny board. Was this the original Tetris? I didn't know that the board used to be this tiny. Cool. You can play Tetris. I'm sure we're missing keys for some stuff. But like try Beam Rider. There's technically supposed to be a sound binding as well. What? Oh yeah, this is the... This is actually kind of cool. So yeah, this is Beam Rider. I've never played this one. I played like Pong because I used to like do a little bit of stuff with Pong. Yeah, they fire at you, okay. And then you explode because you run into the bullet. So they just run up to you. They just run up to you and they fire at you, and you have to avoid the things that they fire. So what, this is score 440? What I have right now? So actually, this is kind of a good way to get a sense of how good the agents are, is if you can just like get some reasonable score. Of course, it's really freaking hard with the rappers. You get 3 lives, right? Yeah. So 572. I actually think that this is about what random policies get. I think it's like 400, if I remember. Beat Montezuma's Revenge right now. That actually is kind of a fun idea. Oh, look, they're bosses. Can you hit this thing? Wait, what? Did you see that? It like, there was like the spaceship that came by and you can't kill it. Oh, they're like different levels. I assume that these are different. Okay. So let's try Montezuma's Revenge. Let's see what that game actually is. The thing is, I always tell people to like play the environments that they use for research. I actually do play the environments. I've just never done research on like a bunch of Atari games, right? I've maybe used Pong and Breakout for a few things, and I've played those. That's it. Montezuma's. Let's see. Okay, here is Montezuma's Revenge. We can jump, right? Ah, okay, so you have to fight. Wait, how's this work? Oh, I don't have 2 keys. Okay, I have to modify this so that you have access to more keys to play this game. Um, in order to do that. Let me make sure I can do this. Okay, there's down fire. Let's do it this way. So we'll do if RL dot is key down, left, or let's do any key down as well. I have this util. Let's use this. So now what we get to do is we have any key pressed. Okay, so we do is key pressed, hit space. If any key pressed, key A, key left. Yep, that's what I was after. Action equals action dot left. Was it fire? Left fire. Okay. D right, right fire. Up fire, down fire. Else, it's just fire. Then we'll do LF. RL is key pressed. Key enter. And this is going to be kind of awkward. I think we got to do the full action space for this, maybe. So much stuff. They've got down left. Wait. Down left, down right. Oh, they have down left fire, down right fire. Ugh. Okay. I want to at least get like a decent little action set today done. Down right fire. Up left fire. Up right fire. Left left. So wait, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 actions with fire in it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 9. Okay, that's good. Self dot down and self. So left and down. I'm sure this is a terrible way of doing all of this, but we'll figure out, better. I just want to get something done real quick. Tab, tab, tab. Okay, cool. We need to do the full action space as well, don't we? Full. Full action space is false, so we'll set full action space to true. Full action space equals render mode Raylib. Okay, let's see. Can I play Montezuma's Revenge now? Can I, like, do... Yeah, you can. Okay, this is actually kind of cool. Okay, I think it should not be is key pressed. It should be is key down. Such garbage code. Okay, let's see if this is good. So we'll do like this. Oh yeah, that's fine, right? And then what can you do like down here? Wait, how are you supposed to do this? Wait, is there no way to... Wait, is this actually like a precision platforming thing? Oh, yeah, it is, isn't it? Shit, this is not easy. What? You take fall damage? Wait, how the hell do you beat this thing? I was not expecting it to be hard. Oh wait, no, you can climb down stuff. The controls are kind of awkward though. Wait, can you not jump over the skull? I don't think you can jump over the skull, right? Oh wait, you can climb the ladder. Okay, and then can you jump? It doesn't seem that you can... Wait, what? I just kept walking left as soon as that happened. Oh, is it? It's a spinny thing. Beat Montezuma's revenge right now, they say, apparently. Why is this so hard? Why can't I jump either? I can't do this. Like, what? These are the conditions under which RL is supposed to beat this freaking game? The controls are like stupidly precise. Dude, what? How is anybody supposed to do this? Okay, wait, let me try something. Okay, you can actually hold the keys the way I have it now. That's like insane. I know it's not supposed to be this hard. What? Am I like stupid? Is this not the way you're supposed to do it? It's like it is, right? Like you have to make this jump. I don't think you can make it. Huh? What? I'm incredibly confused. It does feel like you have enough acceleration to make it, though. What the hell? This is just with frame skip, right? Let me turn frame skip off. I wonder if it's actually the frame skip. Dude, that would be so funny if, like, the game is just unbeatable with frame skip. Okay, we'll do 60, and then what do we do? Frame skip. Um, frame skip equals 1. Okay, now this is running at 60 FPS. Oh, this is so much smoother. It's not even close. I don't know why I have to hold the down key to climb, but I can't. Hold on. Is there something wrong with the way that I have this set up? Yeah, I think it needs to be is key. Yeah, okay, let's try this way. All right. Let's just practice jumping, okay? Is there a short jump and a long jump? Nope. This does feel substantially more precise. This is now running at 60 frames. It's still, you still can't make this jump though. Is it like just crazy precise? It feels like you should be able to. Are you supposed to jump over the the skeleton instead? I don't think you jump high enough to jump over the skull, right? You have to though, don't you? Man. I think the hitbox is janky on this. Yeah, you just don't have just barely enough to get over it. I don't know how you're supposed to beat this thing. Do you have to jump over it when it's like... Oh yeah, you can jump over it. It's just hard. I got the key. I got a score of 100. Are you impressed yet? And then you use the key on the door, right? What the... You just have to do this, I guess. Sword! Can I not... Can I use the sword for anything? You can't do anything here. I got a score... Ah! This game is freaking hard. What the hell, dude? Are you supposed to be, like, playing this with a controller or something, or am I just bad? Don't answer that. Dude, what? It's way crazy precise. Freaking precision platformer here. What in the hell? It's like you forget these old games were hard. I'm tempted to go get, like, the original stick set now to see if it's easier. I definitely am glitching through. Like, these hitboxes are definitely sketchy as well. Okay. Let's see what's down here. Oh, instant death. Dude, no wonder RL can't do this game. This game is freaking hard. What in the hell? I still miss it. And then I die trying to, like, get back. I'm gonna commit this code up in a little bit so you guys can try it. It's like, it's not easy. What the hell? I'm usually not terrible at games either. Played my fair share of Dark Souls. Key. Okay, we get the key. Aha. I see you, bug. Ooh. Is this a makeable jump? I feel like this is a trap. I feel like you can't make this jump. I'm gonna try it. Oh, you can't make the jump? You cannot make the jump, but you can jump across. Interesting. So you can't make the other one then for sure. Uh, that looks like death, right? Yeah, that's actually just death. I don't know why it's death and more death, but apparently that's how it is. Can you get out of this? Okay, well, I'm not going to play that forever. But holy hell, we learned something. Game is hard. It's substantially easier without frame skip, I will say. It is substantially easier without frame skip. With sticky actions, you're screwed. There's no way. It's so precise. With sticky actions, there's literally no way. That's nuts. Yeah, it'll like walk you right off the ledge, right? You've got like 2 frames clearance or something. It's minuscule. Any other classic games that are like hard that we should try? Or should we stop screwing around? What do you think? Holy. Kind of want to save a gif of this, like. Here, let me at least get a screenshot. That's funny. All right. Well, we've got these games playable. Oh, also, wait, here's the best part. We need to like get it playable in human, like the way the agent sees it. Okay, so we need to think about this. Like, hmm. Have to add like another setting, right? Is there any point to using the original human mode for this game? Does it even work? Assertion failed. Render, what did I do? Ah, I see. Or human. Okay, it renders like this gigantic thing for human mode. I don't even know how this makes sense. Didn't it stretch it a ton? This is not the original resolution of Atari, right? What's the original Atari resolution? I thought it's like... Huh? Hold on. .160 by 192. Stretch to match the... Is it stretched? I want to have the original one. So yeah, with the render mode human, we can't do anything, right? Oh yeah, I forgot that they released, like, they re-released all the games on Steam. That's funny. Alright, I think we're not going to use that mode, though, because it doesn't allow us to... doesn't allow us to do a lot of stuff. Wait. Do they have input in that mode? Can you, like, play the game? Doesn't show you how you can actually play the game, right? Frame perfect visualization, proper scaling, and audio support. Oh, interesting. So... hold on. It's got to be human, and then we have to, like, go edit this thing. Yeah, this is fine. Play test. Supposed to even have audio. Okay, so this is randomly playing the game. This is what random play looks like, apparently. But how do you play it? Is it actually like, hold on, is it actually getting audio and stuff? Let me see. That'd kind of be cool. It's kind of cool. Let's see if it actually, do we actually get to, does the audio work? I don't know if it works through WSL anyways, right? Probably audio won't work through WSL anyways. Okay, but theoretically we could get the audio working with this, which would be really sweet. This is proper scaling as well. So this is how it's supposed to be scaled. I guess it makes sense that this would be how it's supposed to be scaled, right? The problem is I don't have a way of, I don't think I have a way of doing keyboard inputs outside of Raylib, right? Python has really shitty keyboard input stuff. SDL2 visualization. How do you... Has nobody asked about this ever? Enable display screen. It's so funny that these blog posts, like, this is sticky actions right here. Right? This is the sticky action. Lots of games. Additional modes. Oh, Frogger is in here as well. That's funny. I still can't find if there's a way to play these things. I don't think it's playable. So I can't use their thing if it's not playable, right? There's no input. Do you not need to step it? You do, right? You still need to step the end. So if I wanted to play it with their version, I would have to... I don't think I really want to use their version. Wait, sound support is off by default. They added a new thing, sound? Wait, how do I do this? If I can get the original sound working, then I will, I'll spend a little more time because that's kind of awesome. Sound. Enable display screen and sound. Enable display screen and sound. Ah, right here, set bool. Ah, right here they have, so they have this. They do it for you. I do not get sound out of this. Though that might be just because of WSL. Pipe sound out of WSL. There is no dev sound. Great. This is 2021 though. I think it's going to be very, very few people that actually do this. I mean, maybe if you're on a Mac or like native Linux, it'll just work. But I doubt it, right? Why do you need sound? Because it would be cool. It'd be really cool. I guess we'll not do their thing for now. So we'll replace their human mode for now. Yeah, because it's already 7:13. I want to do this for another like 15, 20 minutes, and then I want to get my food and get out of here. Tuned out a little, trying to read up on some papers, meeting a researcher. Cool. For sure. I mean, I've offered several times as well to help with that. My hope was that it might be smart. Yeah. It is very weird to have somebody who was not involved at all in the project, right? Like publishing a paper. That's like really, really weird. Been into this. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. Let's see how I fix this. All right, so I think I know how I'm going to do this now. So we're going to do ALE render mode equals render mode, and we're going to do if render mode equals raylib or human. So actually we can do in raylib ALE render mode is RGB array. Yeah. Render mode is human. Wait, ALE render mode. Give me good suggestions. Frame skip is going to be 1. And what is this? Obs type equals RGB. This. And then it's going to be, it's raylib, then we do like this. All right, and then full action space is false, repeat prob is 0. Full action space is equal to true. Render mode is going to be ALE render mode. Frame skip is frame script. Obs type is obs type. Okay. Now we do if render mode is not equal to human, we're going to resize. All right. And now this can go down here. Atari post processor. What's this do? Doesn't do much, does it? Oh, this has to go here. Wait. Render mode is not equal to human. Yeah, then this goes here. This is specifically for PDubs. Yeah, obviously. But he should really have that, like, he should just, like, publish his own single author thing on the original, to be honest. Pick a workshop at a conference that he wants to go to, right? He literally has 0 time. This is what happens when you write too much Rust. All right? You start off with lots of time, and then you pick up Rust, and then you have no time. He's really busy with meetings. Bruh, meetings are like the worst possible thing to be doing when you work in tech. Unless the meetings is about steak and we're meeting some meat, then no thank you. Waste of time. Consulting. Well, if he's getting paid for consulting, then at least that's something. Meetings made me quit big tech and go back to your... Yeah. It's bullshit. No meetings. I was supposed to have a meeting today and forgot because I was streaming. And deving stuff. We got a lot of cool stuff done today. That's funny. Personally interested in their work. You still should be getting paid. If you're doing work that's like for a company, you should still be getting freaking paid. He lives in New York. Yeah, New York's freaking expensive. Get paid. Like, go get paid. What are you doing? If render mode is not equal to human, then a resize. Okay. Something weird happened here. Rust in New York. Jeez. Do I still need this preprocessor? Ooh. Yeah, this needs a transpose, doesn't it? Okay, is this better? Just do this. Why do I have a feeling this is going to be slow? I have not been new to New York in years, but I do not understand New York. I do not understand. Transpose? Yeah, it's transpose, not permute. Yada yada yada, not in space. Cool. Still not in space. D-type shape. Shape of 2, shape of 0. There we go. Where's my render? Well, where's my render? Oh, it's here. And yeah, we do in human raylib. Try this. They say this is scaled wrong. Is this actually scaled wrong? It actually looks kind of fine, right? So this is human mode. It feels nice and smooth, right? And now what we can do is we can do the raylib mode. Raylib. Yeesh. Let's do frame skip. Frame skip. And what we're going to do is frame skip will be 60 divided by frame skip. There we go. Now it's not ridiculously fast, right? And this 210/160 is kind of wonky, isn't it? Mm-hmm. 105 by 80. All right. Yeah. It's not human. Let's do like this. Else. Post processor. Now let's see. Observation space. Okay, now we got 105 by 80. So height width, obs shape. Len of obs shape is less than 3. 2. Obs. So we do height width is obs shape. Else channels equals 1. Channels. You upscale like this. It's for the channels. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Well, this is not what we want. It is playing the game. So we get height and width here. Yeah, we need to do reset here. and then obs info, and then what we do is dot frame subs, return obs info. There we go. So we save the frame. Frame is self.frame. Let's do it. That's kind of cursed, isn't it? Wait, what the heck? I see like a million tiny versions of the game playing. That's so trippy. Is this a thing? Do you see this? It's like a million little tiny versions of the game, isn't it? That's cool. Can I do this? How about this? Oh, there we go. Look at this. Woo! You like this? What is it? I don't know what it thinks it's doing though for the actions. Is it just random? Oh yeah, it's just like it's doing what I'm doing, but it's also doing random shit. That's weird. Is it because what did I do that defined stuff differently? So this is how the agent sees the game. It's not terrible. But we need to figure out why it's doing this weird shit. Oh, because it's self.action. Yeah. So now, this is what I was after this whole time. Okay, we can play the game the way that the agent has to play the game. It feels like I have kind of precise control here, though, do I? How's the frame skip? No, I think we're good. Yeah, we should be good. Yeah, this should be hard. This is how the agent has to play the game. Can I do it? Whew. I think I can still get the key at the cost of a life. But it's definitely kind of sketchy trying to do this. You have even less precise control than normal. Ah! You have even less precise control than normal. You should be able to get like 500 points, right? There's not much you can really do here. Nope. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that though, because now we have the ability to play the game the way the agent has to play the game versus the way that we want to play the game. We'll make some tweaks to this before I push this, I think. Unless anybody is super eager to like play this right now. Yeah, this is definitely more precise. You can see I can tap and make these little tiny movements. Though it's funny that you can't like guarantee that these keys go off at the same time. You have to push them on like exactly the same frame. It's way easier to hold the key and then to like do it. Maybe there needs to be like some buffering or something, I don't know. Very hard to jump the skull even. I think I did it once, right? I jumped the skull one time. It's very difficult though. I think the trick is you have to jump it when it's coming towards you, and even then it's very precise. Yeah, there it goes. So that's the thing done without losing. That's the first level, like the first scene done without losing a life. 400 points. Took a lot of tries. Mm-hmm. There you go. That's fun. Okay. Um, I think I'm in a pretty good spot for today. If I haven't broken Pong training, I'll push this. think we might be good. I'll get ready to push this. Yeah. Looks... I make it ultra slow. Hopefully not. We'll see. Anyways, it'll be fixed tomorrow, even if I did screw it up. It's just the dev branch. Let's just take a quick look at our experiments. Real quick. Sweep. We do a carb sweep on this. Carbs. Ooh. What sweeps have we gotten done? Okay, this is Beam Rider. Shredded. Look at this. Look at this perfect hyperpram sweep. That is beautiful. Just perfect hyperpram sweep. Oh, Clean RL has results for Beam Rider as well, right? I forget if this is one of the M's they do really well on. Clean RLs. 1568 and 1568. How are we doing? Oh, we're already there. We are good to go. We're absolutely good to go. It's getting better too. Yeah, look at this. Very nice. We should see. And all of these graphs as well, they have like these sharp points at the end, it looks like, right? Like if I just click this one, you see it has these sharp points at the end. So what this means is that this point at the end is an accurate estimate of the episode return because it runs a whole bunch of additional steps. So we can see that this is a 1700 run. This is actually 10 mil steps, so this is even sample efficiency matched with Clean RL. So there you go. This is, what's the wall clock? That's nice. That's like 6-7 minutes. So 6-7 minutes versus a couple of hours, with the exact same sample efficiency as well. That's nuts. Do I have anything to run right now on do I have anything to run on the MOBA? Is the question. I don't know. I'd like to load the machine with something. Why don't I just do a much longer run to see what happens here, huh? It's puffer. I thought this was the right machine. I guess not. Oops. Is this what we had? Yeah, this is what we had, right? Yeah, I remember this. This is a good config. Let's do 10 bill. That's a nice big run. Probably can even do longer than that, but actually we totally do longer than that, right? We get 1.5 bill an hour. Not going to be on for 12 hours. Probably, let's be realistic, 15-ish hours. So 20 bill safely. Okay, we'll load with this. We'll do a 20 billion step run of the MOBA. See if it learns anything cool. Or if it crashes or whatever. 500k-ish per second. This should be easily done. Okay, I think we're good for today. So, if you have not already started the repo, if you have not already started Pufferlib, I'm going to put it in chat. All the stuff, all open source, all the stuff from today has been committed up to dev. Helps me out a ton if you just go ahead and start that. I post all this stuff on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. My account's really just for reinforcement learning, so this is where all the cool stuff is, all the demos, all like the stuff I find. There's some articles on here as well that are new. I also have some additional ones on Puffer AI GitHub IO, which is the doc site. That's where all my stuff is. I will be back tomorrow with more stuff on the MOBA, more stuff on this, probably also some stuff on the ELO system, just kind of doing whatever dev as I feel like it, working towards getting a nice suite of benchmarks for Puffer. Anyways, night everybody.